Okay, I was definitely not almost late to my own stream because I got distracted by listening to Chainsaw Man music. It's not my fault. They're all bangers. Right, Kevin? Yeah, Kevin agrees. See, Kevin gets it. Kevin understands me. How's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. Soccer Chick, Glenny, Rune, Reckless Monster, Itsukato. Anyone else who might be here? Kat, you gonna let me play video games? Come on. Come on. There he is. There's the boy. The lad. The absolute unit. Oh lord, he coming. So yeah, more Dragon Age today, of course. At some point in the next few days, I might do a Wonderland stream because the current feature looks interesting. And I've got some Wonderland stuff that I have been working on just slowly. Anyone who plays Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the Charizard raid event is back for the weekend. Probably grind out some of that in Discord tonight, tomorrow. Glenny and I did some yesterday. I know Urban Mech wanted to do some. We can get people together for that easy. Other than that, no background noise today, because the siding guys are not working on it today, so it should be quieter, less abrupt banging and knocking of the merch and stuff off my wall. I didn't put the Wonderlands thing back up because I'm gonna have to put it back up again, so I'll just put it back up in like a week once they're actually done. But it's just kind of leaning. You can see it right there, and you see more of the poster that I got signed by Moses voice actress, which is still my favorite piece of nerd merch I have. And then Hades poster, and then map of the Wonderlands. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? Charizard raid stuff tonight? You available like after my stream? However long I go. Probably gonna do some of that stuff with Glenny. If Glenny's available tonight. Happy for you things are not falling off walls. Me too, to be honest. Me too. It's a nice change of pace. Anyway. Last time on Dragon Ball Age Inquisition Z, we killed a dragon. Now there are 10 optional dragons, and then there's one in DLC, and then there's one in main story. I suppose technically 2 in main story, but we killed one of the 10 optional ones. And as you can see, we're a little injured. But I got some more exploring to do. Hey, Era, long time no see. Hope you're well. How you doing? How are things? Can't complain too much. I'm doing pretty okay. What's down here? Oh, death. Death is down there. Okay. I learned. Some more enemies. I could take them. I've got HP. I can totally take... Ready? Watch this. Found the last 20 Pokemon to finish my deck. I have 4 left. I believe it's just legendaries now. I finally started breeding some Pokemon, which just for a few things I need. I was disappointed to find out that you can't breed more like Jotonian Wooper or Galarian Meowths. They just come out as Cantonian Meowth and Paldean Wooper, which is disappointing. I guess to get, like, I wanted a second Berserker so I could have my experimental one without having to regrind my EVs when it fails. But oh well. Not too good on my end, rough times, and I had minor surgery today. Just chilled at home for 2 weeks now. Well, time to chill is a good thing. I'm sorry about the circumstances. At least you can make the most of it. I hope things start looking up from here, though. Era, I'm sorry to hear if it's been troublesome. If you want to talk or hang out or get a distraction or anything, you know we're here for you. Oh, there is a way to get the different versions so you're breeding with an item. If there is, let me know, because I would absolutely take advantage of that. There's a couple memes that I've been cooking up that Glenny's been testing out on Showdown that have been funny. One of them is terrestrializing to Ghost to use Curse after setting up with regular Curse, so that you get, you know, Curse dot memes. Works really well on a few Pokemon. The other one is a special attacking Berserker with Steel Beam. You only get 2 shots, and that's 2 shots assuming you don't take any damage from anything. But Steel Beam does hilarious damage on specs with Berserker. Like, actually hilarious. So I kind of want to try out a few different EV spreads on that. And I'm thinking about, it might be okay for raids with the Shell Bell, because as long as you don't get knocked to below 50%, you can Steel Beam and then get heals based off of how much damage you did. Shell Bell is like 1/8 of damage dealt, right? Or is it 1/4? Here, Google time. Or Cerebi, I should. It's 1/8. Yeah, and considering 7-star raids have like 20 million or something. You can take your 50% recoil and then just heal. Jod Jamer. How you doing, Don? And his friends, family helped me through this. That's good to hear. It's good to hear. Hoping to hang a bit more on Twitch again. Love to have you around. Everstone. Cool. I like how they've slowly just given more and more functions to Everstones, just because it's like, it's one of those items that back in Gen 1, or I suppose Gen 2 is when held items were introduced, I should say. Back in Gen 2, you're like, why does this exist? I could just press a button. I'm mistreating Cass? I'm not. She's fine. She's fine. I have great respect for Cassandra. Actually, I've been more of a Cassandra just stan in this playthrough than any of my other ones. Because I suppose a little bit older, a little bit different perspective on certain things. I respect Cassandra a lot. bit since I played the game. Where the hell are you? I am in Crestwood? Yeah, Crestwood. Morning, Chester. How you doing? Hard to get perfect IVs since you can Destiny on if you also want a specific nature. I mean, that's not really a big deal. With mints are the most accessible they've ever been, so that's fine. And then, you know, bottle caps are also the most accessible they've ever been. You can just buy them. Sure, they're a little pricey, but what, 6 bottle caps and a mint is 130k total. So even if you get worst IVs, like, you're good. I suppose if you're trying to get intentionally low IVs, like if you're trying to pass a 0 attack or a 0 speed IV, then yeah, that gets weird. You could do that on the other parent. I love using Walking Bomb to knock down enemies so I can set up Fire Mine under them. Extremely satisfying. Now we know why everyone hates mages. What, the friendly fire? Yeah. Yeah. Killed all my friends and then drank the last potion. Mage moment. So main story over there. Could pop over to that camp. I need to go over to... Where is Judith's house? Like, that marker is definitely not where her actual house is. Right? It's not this one. I hope. Maybe it is this one. No, okay. Photography is hard without satellites. Real.
So, Enchanter to the Imperial Court. That's a fancy title.
How very observant.
Why aren't you holed up with the Empress in Halam Shiral?
Grand Duke Gaspard laid siege to the city while I was attending to business for the Circle.
Lucky for you, I guess.
The circle's shattered, the Empire is at war, and the Divine is dead. Only an imbecile would consider this lucky.
Well, I guess Vivienne does not like Varric. Noted. It's okay, Vivienne. Most people don't like you either. But I do. Kind of. Sometimes. I can't decide if I like Vivienne or not. I suppose that makes her a interestingly written character. Because she is utterly unlikable, but she's got so much style and sometimes makes a point. So I'm like, yeah, okay. It was unlikable Vivienne. Like, she will sometimes be correct in the course of her being incorrect. That's how I feel about when Vivienne makes a point.
Nearly got caught in Valshavan.
Her slave plays politics because of that. She thinks she's no slave. Yeah, yeah. For those who don't know who we're talking about, Vivienne is this is her right here. She's got the absolute drip. She's the leader of the mages, the loyal mages as she calls them. But basically, she's very pro-establishment. Specifically the establishment that advocates for the religious persecution and imprisonment of mages, of which she is a mage. So it's a little like, there is some real-life subtext here, especially with their chosen way of presenting Vivienne. Good bit of writing there. Now, the times when Vivienne makes a point are when she talks about the necessity over the circle, which is, you know, the mage prison / school thing. Compared to the alternatives, it's better. Like, compared to the current anarchy and war and stuff. And a lot of mages can't be trusted with their power. So, like, sometimes she's right. But she's so rigid that for someone so intelligent and educated, she's got an extremely narrow worldview. And she's trying to be something that she will never be accepted as. Interesting character.
Another time.
And compared to Tevinter, because Tevinter, yeah. Side note, Varric holding a green light wall is kind of amusing. It's, oh, why is it stuck on Varric this time? It was stuck on Cassandra before. I don't know where that's from. I don't know what causes that. I'm very, very confused. Direct upgrade here. I've just got to remember to move that sigil off of Varric. Move that sigil off the Griffin Mail onto what Varric's actually wearing now, I should say. There's a bench for that here, right? Yeah, there is. Cool. I should use black hole a little bit, but I'm not gonna. That's what show. I've not watched it yet. I'd really like to, but finding the time has been difficult.
Well met, your worship.
What's happening?
The villagers are glad to have us. We impose no
I should...
farewell.
Okay, so I've got a few operations to take care of. What do I need to upgrade my lyrium pot? Because that's the next potion upgrade I want. Rashmine nettle and unrated. Okay, I can grow that in Skyhold. Armored Cole looks like a child got his dad's equipment. Yep. I have a trial reward. Red Templars on the coast as well. What I come here for? Garden. Garden. What's the fastest way to get to the garden?
Your worship. A lot. Strange bit of kit for a fortress.
Yeah, it's this way. What did I need to upgrade the garden again? Where do I go to click that? I guess not in the garden. It's been years since I've done this. To you?
I am at your service.
What is your...
We are well supplied, and I foresee only better.
That's just a fast travel. One thing this game could have benefited from a lot is a sprint button. Now, there's movement tech. There's a bunch of ways you can move faster in combat areas. But a sprint button would have been pretty nifty. I do like how much effort they put into making Skyhold, like, a fortress. It's big. And a lot of the rooms never get used for anything. Which I suppose some people would call, like, wasted development, but I think it just adds to the sense of scale. You jump, now you want to sprint, we want next swim, fly? Yes. Please? Or spamming the insane dodge skills and Archer just get from A to B? Yep. You got leaping shot and evade to move around on Archer. I should really get leaping shot on Varric so I can do some of that. Or, I guess Sarah would be better at it, because Flask of Lightning. I remembered there was a book up here, but I didn't remember which room it was in. There it is.
Strangest thing, when I reached down, my dagger was gone. Just gone. Know where I found it? In a barrel.
Colin, you got any books? No, I guess I'll just talk to you instead. Blackwall rolling skill to move around. The roll is so good. Like, it's just the best warrior skill all around.
As
Except for,
leader
like,
of the Inquisition,
Word of Valor, I guess.
there's something I must tell you.
You're being especially serious today.
I know. Lyrium grants Templars our abilities, but it controls us as well. Those cut off suffer. Some go mad, others die. We have secured a reliable source of lyrium for the Templars here. But I no longer take it.
You stopped?
When I joined the Inquisition, it's been months now.
Why are you doing this?
After what happened in Kirkwall, I couldn't. I will not be bound to the Order, or that life any longer. Whatever the suffering, I accept it. But I would not put the Inquisition at risk. I've asked Cassandra to watch me. If my ability to lead is compromised, I will be relieved from duty.
Are you in pain?
I can endure it.
This is a real interesting B plot. For anyone who does not remember, Cullen used to be one of the Templars, and the Templars they dose themselves with the magical rock thing that is associated with magic and lyrium. They dose themselves with it to get their anti-magic abilities, but it's addictive and it causes insanity and all sort of other things. And a large part of why the Chantry, the main religious organization in this world, has as much power as it does is because it controls the lyrium trade. So it'd be like if, say, the Catholic Church was also, controlling fentanyl. Like, that kind of subplot here. BioWare took a lot of real life stuff when doing their world building in Dragon Age, and they just kind of put it in a fantasy world. It makes it pretty neat to see how some situations that could play out conventionally with characters, like in real life, if they were real people, but with a fantasy spin. Like, obviously this isn't just drugs for chronic pain or whatever. This is supernatural liquefied rock that lets him suppress magic. Like, it's weird, but it's not. I think fantasy is the most interesting when you have something that's just outside of like what you can wrap your head around, but still familiar enough for you to connect with, if that makes sense.
Thank you for telling me. I respect what you're doing.
Thank you, Inquisitor. The Inquisition's army must always take priority. Should anything happen, I will defer to Cassandra's judgment. At your service.
Are you with anyone?
Is there anything I should know?
I'm glad to have the charges on our side. Bull's men are professionals, despite evidence to the contrary.
Okay. So, depending on whether you sided with mages or Templars, either Cullen or Leliana will have an additional quest line with some cool stuff. We do not have Cullens on this playthrough because we sided with Templars. I have those already because Golden Nug. Yeah, real world parallels or the undertone of Bioware lore. I think that's why their games hit so effectively, like, across the board. As far back as Baldur's Gate, and you got Baldur's Gate did that, Knights of the Old Republic did that, Jade Empire, Dragon Age, Mass Effect. It's effective. How you doing, Omega's Prime? Jay Rich, good to see you. Hope you're well. And I've mentioned Jade Empire twice in a week now, and now I really want to play it.
Your worship? Can you think of any other
Nothing jumps out at me. If I come up with
I like...
the cheat, I never thought I'd work for Canary. He's not like any commander I've ever worked for. That's for damn sure.
How's Iron?
If you know, it keeps his... I've seen better.
I like Krem, and normally I listen to Krem talk,
but every one of us...
but
How did it...
we got lots of stuff to cover.
Okay. I've been putting up with his jokes ever since.
That's how he lost the eye?
Yes. The guards had me on the tavern floor when Bull came inside and yelled for them to stop. One of them saw trouble coming and figured he'd finish me off. The guard had a flare. Bull put himself between me and the blow. Big-horned idiot. Didn't even know me.
Is it strange to work for a Kunari?
He hasn't tried to convert us to the Qun, if that's what
I'm
you're asking.
Chepier? I believe so.
Bull's charges don't care who you light a candle for, so long as your shield stays up. If he hadn't told me he was Ben Hasroth, I'd have thought he left that life behind.
I didn't expect he'd tell you all that he was a spy.
Not the whole band, but those who've been around long enough to trust.
Most
He
good
figures most of us
speculative
would find out
fiction is
sooner or
a
later,
good way to
and it should
explore
come from him.
thorny real-world
Eyes
issues.
to eye, he says.
Yeah.
It's never messed up.
It does make it just impersonal
Sweats
enough
back
that
home.
some people
Lots of the
will
boys
get
won't let us back
engaged
home.
in the issue without realizing what's happening. And that's a useful tool for
We'll talk
starting
later.
conversations. No Jade Empire player. She won't be returning for another few months. It's one of those games that it's a combination of age and niche that make it go really under the radar. But it's a gem of a game. I like it. Hey Pupty, how are you?
Oh, Pebbles. Who do I talk to? It's so high here. Oh, your worship. I'm with Sutherland. I'm Rat, his squire. Forgive me, I'm not used to being this high up.
Hey Goats.
I was following, and they were taken. They said to come here with a map if there was trouble. That you would help. They said you're a great woman, a leader. You'll help, right?
Of course.
Because I don't know what to do.
We gotta rescue the homies.
You've heard?
People just miss the themes and subtext overall. This was 2 years ago now, like peak COVID. Rather than pretending it doesn't exist, COVID, where we are right now, but you know, early pandemic days. I remember there was a dialogue over a couple notable conservative commentators were like, "Yeah, I love BioShock," and everyone was like, "Hang on, are you sure about that? Are you positive? Did you pay attention?" Like, What's it about? Jade Empire? It's, strongly Chinese mythology influenced, very Knights of the Old Republic feel. It's like Paul Ryan saying his favorite band is Rage Against the Machine, yet every few months you see people finding out that Rage Against the Machine is actually raging against the machine. Alright, thanks. Feeling a bit sick. My family's sick. Hoping it's just my normal everyday type of sick and not flu sick. I'll cross my fingers, toes, and butt for you. How am I? I'm doing great. Yeah, we're all sharing a brain cell right now. Ooh, perk. Perk. Flasks. Wait, I have all the codex things, right? Just make sure. want that eventually, but probably be better off getting focus, honestly. So I have a third potion slot now, which is huge. People just can't look past the banging riff. I guess that's what it is, huh?
Let's see what we have.
Yeah, we track down Crestwood's mare. We can judge him.
Inquisitor.
To work?
Get some more mats.
Inquisitor.
Among the various things we found at Cabronic that belonged to its former mercenary inhabitants was a journal, and in it found mention of several high-placed clerics in the Imperial Counting House who are, shall we say, known for their loose tongues. I can't speak today. They sell what they know to mercenaries. Okay. More agents. Central Illyria. Cool. Gonna be used profusely throughout my travels on Twitch. Let me open up my recap. Hang on, because I forgot the number. But the number of times you guys used Quag Chad in my channel, 12,983 times in 2022. 12,983. Like, based. Actually, that might be on Twitch as a whole, not just on the channel. Because I can look at the channel analytics. But that might be on Twitch as a whole. That's a lot. Nightbot's off by a bit. Yeah, it's got a cooldown and it only counts one per message. Rather, it's like Nightbot's 2,695 instances where it was off cooldown, and it only counts like the first one. Most used emote, yeah. By far. By far.
Let us begin.
By super far. Hey, Pragmatic, how are you? Counts one, only counts if it starts? Yeah, only counts if it starts as well.
Inquisitor.
Cool, we found the spy. Escape routes for agents in Crestwood. Let's set that up.
Let's see what we have.
The Red Templars on the Storm Coast. We can open up an extra area in the Storm Coast now. I think we'll do that soon. Not bad yourself. Can't complain. Having a good day. That was the Navy. A friend of mine translated a few of the songs for me. Literally any line of any of their songs. Yeah. They likable rip. I took a break from BL3 and nobody's really streaming anymore. I think you're just discovering how older games tend to work with viewership on Twitch. It's not that nobody's streaming it, it's that new games come out and they tend the viewership presence for games like BL3 tends to be concentrated on individual creators more than anything. I'll give you another example of that. Borderlands 2's Twitch directory is super fucking dead. But the people who stream Borderlands 2 have enough following that it gets watched. Like, you see Jolt's stream Borderlands 2, directory jumps up to 2,000 from 20. You see Deceptics in there, it jumps up. You see Mopey in there, it jumps up. Same thing with BL3. The people who stream BL3 regularly and consistently that have a large following, it's basically just case 6 right now. The next biggest people that stream BL3 with any degree of regularity would be like Alec the Cleric, Pascaroni, more like medium-sized, rather than like super large creators. So you're just seeing what happens when everyone is playing something else right now. BO3 still gets lots of directory presence for the looter shooter genre, but you need to apply a lot of context to that. Um,
Inquisitor.
yeah, I'll help Sutherland myself. Hey, Rohith. Finally done with the grind. Got a job will enjoy long last. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Speaking of lands, the new Wonderlands feature is a lot of fun. I talked about that a bit earlier, Pragmatic. It looks really good. It looks really fun. Might do a Wonderland stream in the next few days for that. My name's Sister Paulette. Sisters and I have been accompanying a handful of injured Inquisition soldiers for the Frostbacks. As they're no longer able to fight for the Inquisition, they wish to return their families for Ferelden. End of Avar, refusing to see reason, have pinned us down. Owen Cullen's hand. Soldiers won't reach them in time. Which have men near the location. Send a party to pursue a group of Red Templars we suspect move and captured civilians. So we need to choose between saving injured soldiers or capturing an enemy target. Let me see what the actual rewards for this one are so I can decide based on my moral compass and justify it. Hang on. Alright, so you get better loot from saving the soldiers. But, like, Red Templars are super dangerous because they can infect. Like, they won't just kill people, they'll make more Red Templars. Moral ambiguity. You yourself took a break from the game, there should be no surprise that other people do the same. It's almost like most people can't do the same thing endlessly, and that most people have multiple interests. Now, I'm sure some people like to define themselves by liking only one thing, and they will make sure to tear everything other than that one thing down. That's not an accusation level that anyone here, by the way. It's just a personality type I've noticed a lot. But that's not the majority of people. I think I should lie down again because I can't sit. I've been standing this entire time. Have a good one. It's fun seeing you again. Hope to see you again soon, Era. Thanks for stopping by, and I hope you feel better. I hope you get some good rest.
All right.
So we still saved some people this way. But instead of saving our soldiers, we saved some prisoners, and we stopped the Red Templars. So, people were going to die either way. We took more enemies with them that way. You crapped out. Yeah, took a break. Expected others to move on. Didn't want to get invested in Wonderlands yet. Didn't want to. Why not? I'm missing something there. And like, I think you're missing the point that you are picking the literal day where BL3's got less presence, like the specific day. Like if this conversation had happened yesterday, it wouldn't have happened. Like this. Here, let's look at this, because this is a topic I like addressing, since people like to misinterpret how directory numbers actually work. It's more tied to who is doing what than what is being done. Okay, Borderlands 3, 71 viewers right now. Pascaroni's on, and he has half of them, because that's how directories work. People don't go to a category as much as they go to a person. So, because only one major established name in the Lands community is live right now, the next biggest is Beef, with 5, to give you an idea of how this works, with 5 viewers, which I should note is big for the majority of the platform. 1% of the platform has 99.9% of the viewers. Keep that in mind. But K6 is playing high on life right now because he wants to play different games and enjoy different things, because human beings should do that. And you picked like the one day where he does something that isn't BL3 to be like, oh man, the directory is so dead. No, that's not how it works. Word is spread about the dragon killed. Oh, Wade and Heron, the people who made dragon armor and stuff for me in the first game, and in the expansion for the first game. I want to play that High on Life game so bad. I still don't know much about it. I'll have to do some investigation, Morning, Nunu. Hope you're well. Looks fun. On a looter shooter mood. I bide my time. Yeah. I'm sure the mood will strike me to try it out at some point. There's some new Gazillion Alien gun game out. I don't know what it's called. Have you tried it? This is news to me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Another mount, even though I already had that. Mostly just clearing that off the board. Revere. Ah, necromancy. Yes. Let's romance next. So Sherman's popped in here. Haven't tried checking out any land stream today. Seen Six's condensed YouTube adventures. Okay, so yeah, you're here.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Because of the people that are here, not because of the game. So like, if I was streaming BL3 right now and you popped in to say hi, we'd be over there. You see how that works? Pet the pet. I can do that. I can pet the Kevin. This is a Kevin. is a premium Kevin. A grade A, or I should say grade K, quality Kevin. Look at him. He's so cat. Do you think cats know that they're cats? Necromancers keep their romance alive. I see what you did there. Amulet of Power for Sarah. I will take that. A cat, therefore I am. Probably wonder if we think we're cats. That makes sense. Cats know that everything else is not a cat. They pity us, for we are bad cats. Yeah, honestly, that checks out. That tracks.
Mayor Gregory Dedrick of Crestwood is present for betraying his own constituents. He confesses that, 10 years ago, he flooded Old Crestwood to kill refugees and villagers touched by the Blight. The mayor claims it was to spare the rest of Crestwood, but we only have his word.
The mayor has anything to say in his defense, let him speak.
There's no cure for the Blight. But I couldn't convince anyone to leave a sick child or husband behind.
So you herded the infected into one place and flooded Old Crestwood. Were no innocents caught in the waters?
Nearly everyone in the village had the Blight. I swear it. Have mercy. I couldn't tell the survivors I'd drowned their own families to save them. I couldn't.
You committed murder on Ferelden's soil. Let them deal with your punishment. Send him to Denerim. He can live the rest of his life behind their bars.
In prison? Maker. I should have drowned with them.
I don't think he was wrong, but like, at the end of the day, unnecessary evil is still evil. Still gotta pay. Got back into BL2 because I never played anything other than vanilla. I never played anyone other than Maya. Kind of enjoying refreshing. Always nice to jump in and do things you haven't experienced before. I'm a fan of that.
Flower motif, I think.
Focus gain. No. Back to work. Take it easy, like Laura. Thanks for stopping by. Good to have you. Gernhide. Chance to immolate. No. They'll cover up the movie Outbreak, kill a village, save the world.
Not trying to step on your
Yeah, it's like the intent makes sense, but like you're still doing what you're doing. What's that one? That one's actually bugged and doesn't do precisely what it says it does. Ooh, walking bomb. Yeah, I'll take that. I will take that. I need Dawn Lotus for that. The thing with Mind Wreck here is I would really want that if I didn't have to get 2 duration upgrades. Like, the duration goes up by 20 seconds, so 40 seconds for 600 base damage, that's not really worth. You can get a long duration on Antivan Fire, though. 1.5 minutes? That's a lot of damage. But these... He's Dorian as Necro, and my mage is now a Rift Mage. Yeah. I need one more of those. Working towards proximity heal is smart. What do I need Prophet's Laurel for? There was another thing I can actually justify that. So I need 2 more of those. Well, maybe those duration things don't add together. So yeah, maybe it's... actually, let me... Oh, that's the same number, it's definitely... Okay. Saturdays and for Remnant 2? Yes, Rohit. Remnant 2, Hades 2, both got announced at the Game Awards. I'm so excited. 2023 is gonna be a banger year for gaming. It's gonna be crazy. Can I Steam Deck? I know which ones I'm getting for sure. Let's go. Assigning cosmetics to everyone. One moment. Or not cosmetics, consumables. Wrong word. Wrong word. Cool. So I did get that Fade Touch for Walking Bomb. But I don't think I need to grab that right now. Got Unhit Guard. Okay, I'm good for right now. What did I get accessory-wise from those missions? Willpower Amulet. Or try. I ran out of elf fruit. Alright, I need to go back to the war table, get more elf fruit. I'll upgrade the garden. Requisition table after I do this. You have anything new? You do.
Inquisitor, I must speak with you.
What is it?
I must explain something first about the Montiliers' fortunes. My family made their fortune as traders in Antiva until a scandal exiled us from Orlais some ages ago. It devastated our finances. The Montiliers have, in fact, been in debt for over 100 years.
Not giving you a loan. You don't seem poor. What are these responses?
I had no idea your family situation was so precarious.
Hardly anyone outside the family does. For generations, we've done everything to keep creditors at bay. Sold our lands to stave off interest. It is infuriating to see my family still reduced to this.
She's bae.
I'm to become head of our house. If I sell any more of our land, my family will become destitute. That cannot be my legacy to them.
You can slide into her DMs in this game, Soccer Chick. If you were on the fence about playing this franchise, you can. Talk about a package. Supergiant does know how to get you with the art alone. Yeah, like I cried. Hades 2 trailer, I fucking cried. Tears of joy and awe, and oh, it's great. But you're not actually Inquisitor.
Most people worry about their next meal. Never mind an estate.
I'm not blind, but I worry for my family. My foolish sister Yvette with her daydreams. My brothers trying to rebuild our fleet with their own hands. Is it wrong to hope they never know hardship?
Is there anything I can do?
I'd almost solved our problems. For a while. I negotiated a chance to reinstate the Montiliers as landed traders in Orlais. We could rebuild with that. But when I dispatched paperwork to Val Royeaux, I've just learned my carriers were murdered. And the documents restoring my family's trading status destroyed.
Who hates the Montiliers enough to do that?
Leliana made inquiries that bore success. Comte Boisvert, a nobleman in Val Royeaux, claims to know who killed my messengers. He has a request that you come when I meet him, so he's seen publicly conferring with you.
What will being seen with me gain the Comte?
The Comte will drop hints at parties he's to meet with an important visitor. Allies and rivals will take note. Once he's met you, there will be speculation. The Comte will subtly spin reports to his advantage. He will use us. But if he knows who killed my people, I ask that we indulge him.
Okay.
If that's what it takes to get to the bottom of this, I'll meet this Comte with you.
Thank you, Inquisitor. It means you are too kind. I must know who killed my couriers just to harm my family.
Josie's Who Are Romans, my first playthrough, so she always a special place for me. I believe my first playthrough was... I don't remember. My first and second playthrough, they kind of blend together. It was either Cullen first, or Cassandra first, and I don't remember which. Saw something like the Root. I got excited, kept it in because the graphics looked unreal. Final reveal came through. Feel the money leave my bank account at a future date. Yeah, I didn't know what it was at first. Like,
it was abandoned when we arrived.
The graphics looked too good. I didn't think it could be Remnant, and then it was, and I was like, oh.
The original builders can't be traced. I read the House of Armitage once built it for...
Went for Solus, try not to go for Solus the second time, still went for Solus, and went for Cassandra, once more followed by Solus. Down bad for Solus. Right here. Right here. The fan club. Solus is just too compelling a character. I'm not down bad for him. Like, sure, I want to rub our bald together, but I'm not down bad. But he's too compelling a character to avoid. It's not fair. What did I want? I want an elf root. Elf root.
Inquisitor.
Need a bunch of elf roots. So we're gonna click this a few times. Then we're gonna go upgrade the garden. And we're gonna do some missions.
Any news on rifts beyond reach of the Inquisition?
Yes. And it is not good.
Very close to a level. I'm hoping I can do enough
The
to make
Templars
that
will be
happen.
an asset to this Inquisition. It's a shame we couldn't also get the mages on our side.
The Divine's death hit
So romantic talk comes from about the world, how traumatized we are, and how hard it is just rubbing our bald heads together.
You are referring to my outburst in the Haven. I am much better now. Justinia was such a dear friend, and there were so many things going wrong.
Things going wrong? I'm shocked.
I was there when the hero Ferelden defeated the archdemon.
You were in the city.
And I thought
I remember, you weren't there.
When the Divine requested my help, I went to her. I owed her that much. I sacrificed so much to do the Maker's work. But now, Justinia is dead. I was angry. I felt betrayed. But I shouldn't have let my emotions get the better of me.
Alistair, Morrigan, and Wynn were there. You were in the area.
As long as you do your work, I don't care how emotional you get.
A practical view of things. Now, enough of this. Let us think more pleasant thoughts.
I'll leave you.
You can just be such an asshole to everybody as the Inquisitor. Like, some of the dialogue options, I just feel bad. I just feel bad for picking them. It's just like, hang on, you could just be nice. Like, no.
Roderick, that chantry fellow who led us through the mountain from Haven. You know he died, I assume. Got us as far as the camp, and then that was it.
I suppose that's a good example, Jaybridge. Yeah, closer than I was. Picking worse options, all of them.
I'm shocked he helped us instead of running off.
I imagine being attacked by something undeniably evil changes one's perspective a bit. I helped him walk. He talked about you quite a bit. He just needed to be sure you were on Draste's chosen. He was terrified of what it meant, if it were true. But in the end, he believed. He asked me to tell you he was sorry.
Thank you for telling me about that.
I thought it was important. Anyway, we can talk about something else if you'd rather.
Man, I like Dorian. He's a good guy.
It occurs to me that I barely know anything about you.
Beyond my being a mage from Tevinter, you mean?
Beyond that, yes.
And beyond my being so charming and well-dressed, which is obvious to anyone.
True. So, like, Dorian don't swing this way. But you can gas him up anyway.
I'm well aware of your finer qualities. Believe me.
Of course you are. You're a discerning and intelligent woman, after all. Now, what was I talking about? Ah, yes, me. I am the scion of House Parvis, a product of generations of careful breeding and the repository of its hopes and dreams. Naturally,
Show you careful breeding.
The lies, the scheming, the illusions of supremacy.
Couldn't resist.
That's Tevinter in a nutshell, isn't it? Needless to say, my family was not happy with my choices.
What did you mean by generations of careful breeding?
The great families of Tevinter don't have children.
That's how you flirt back in the day. My family is Poggy and I am Poggy. Yeah, I think so, honestly. Talk about how pog your family is and then offer a goat or something.
In her blood. Never mind that they loathed each other. They wanted a son who could become Archon to make House Parvis the envy of the Imperium. They got me. A cautionary
Yeah, where's Ivy's? I'll check.
Why would your family be upset with your choices?
Because I rejected their idyllic plan. If they had their way, by now I'd be married to some unlucky girl from a powerful family. We'd live in luxurious despair, despising each other as I waited to take my father's place in the magisterium. I declined the honor, and thus it's best I'm far from home. Less of an embarrassment that way, you see?
Lots of value in a good goat. You're the goat.
Why remain with the Inquisition? Why not go back to Tevinter?
I'm not exactly welcome back home. Not that it matters, I'm quite accustomed to being a pariah. It adds to my charm. I can do more for Tevinter here. If the Venatori succeed, it'll set my homeland back 1,000 years. I'm sure some magisters would disagree, but that's why we kill them.
Holy shit, Giga Chad Dorian. What a line. I forgot about that one. This absolute mad lad. After over an hour of doing recording, just realized my mic isn't working with OBS. I am in pain. I am sorry, Rune. Should be more like Dorian. Super based.
I'm getting the impression that you don't care much for your homeland.
On the contrary, I care for my homeland a great deal. There's so much potential. Sadly, we squander it. We refuse to acknowledge how far we've fallen because pretending is easier. We pretend the Qunari can be beaten. We pretend that we're superior to everyone, even our own people. Not everyone feels that way. I don't. Sadly, we're the minority.
It just seems so much of what you say about the Imperium is entirely negative.
It might sound that way. For all our faults, my people have many virtues. We are laden with history and culture. Tevinter is where Thedas truly began, remember? We treasure our past and preserve it. You can walk down a side street and find nothing built during the modern ages. And despite appearances, we care deeply about everything. We have no reserve, not in war and not in love. If I truly believed my homeland was beyond all hope, I wouldn't miss it so much.
I think I've heard
That's from
enough.
Fantasy Rome, we get it.
I never tire of talking about myself.
I should go.
Here I thought we were just getting to the good part.
Man, Dorian's cool. No research items. I guess I already used that book, maybe, hopefully, probably, possibly. Just Inquisitor doing Inquisitor things, just jumping out of windows, off of ledges. Well, I can think of a few people that would enjoy watching their boss do dangerous parkour. I think it would probably worry these people quite a bit.
We are honored to serve.
You also get the feeling that a lot of games coming out are just amalgams of various game genres. Like, never thought God of War would be both a story-driven game, kind of a looter of sorts. I don't think God of War is a looter of sorts at all. It's just like so many games have common elements.
I would have been merciful.
Like, it doesn't have looter elements. None of the loot in God of War is random. And it's just... It's more of a Metroidvania than anything. But that's just the core of... If you have a single-player game where you unlock more abilities that allow you to unlock more areas, the more you boil it down, you just become Metroid. Like, you eventually end up at, hey, Metroid did that first. So, like, I think it's just a failure of labels. Gaming as a medium, industry, art form, whatever you want to call it, is old now. Like, video games are 50 years old now? So, in that time, certain labels have grown to be less relevant. Some have grown to be more relevant, but it's bound to change. So I think that's just the product of trying to shove things in the same box too much. So I'd rather identify things by what they are, rather than their relation to other things. Why am I here? I clicked the wrong thing. I forgot where I was going. Got distracted. Ragnarok armor all seems to be there to allow you to pursue a playstyle. There's no vendor trash. I don't see it as looter at all. Yeah. Like, it's not random. Nothing in it is random. There's no gameplay loop around grinding out things. You just play the game to play the game.
Worship.
Okay, we now have extra slots to grow more stuff, which I need. Because this is how I can get certain plants, kind of before they're otherwise available. Not so close to a level. Now, what do I have? Okay, meet with Josephine Villarreal and Vicinius Villarreal. Great bear pelts. I won't be able to get those until I either have Empress de Leon or Emerald Graves available. Only have the one more mission in Fallow Mire before that's like done. Just figuring out which area I'm going to sink the next 5 hours into. Not a negative sense for sure, more like games seem to find a good balance of elements from various genres. The medium gets more recognition. Yeah, I think that's a product of having to innovate and adapt to remain relevant. Because there's so many games that get released every year, most of which fly under the radar. And then you have to keep in mind that a game that was released in a previous year doesn't necessarily fall out of the public eye. Whether or not it receives support is not even wholly relevant to that. Like, there's games that have been untouched for many years that are still very much in the public eye and well liked. And then there's games that have been receiving live support for almost 20 years. WoW has received live support for 18 years, for example. And then you have old school RuneScape, which is just still chilling. So like, yeah. I always like to see innovation in gaming. I like to see that melding of genres. I like to see developers being inspired and influenced by things that are just well received in gaming in general and incorporating that into their future stuff. I like that. 18 years of support blows my mind. It's a long time to work on one product, right? Fairbanks Trust. Let me look up something real quick. Storm Coast. Okay. There it is. For fuck's sake, I remember playing the original Warcraft on Windows 98. I remember watching my dad play the original Diablo when I was in diapers.
Inquisitor.
Wonder how they balance the need for allowing someone on an 18-year-old PC to keep playing versus modernizing the game. At some point, like, they've done graphical upgrades for WoW a couple times, right? So, those 18-year-old PCs probably don't run the game anymore, I would imagine, but feel free to correct me on that. Skyroad, the first Aladdin, Dangerous Dave. Certainly a combination of words.
Whoa!
Oh yeah, Blackwall really likes when you bring him to kill Darkspawn, but I'm not gonna bring Blackwall with me. cold immune. Immunity to taunts as well. Ugh. Oh, it's a fucking bear over there. Alright, we bees. You keep dealing with that bear, Vivian. You do your thing. Dude knew there was a mine there. He really didn't want to walk in.
Darkspawn above ground. Just what we needed. I watched someone nearly die from the blight. Not something you forget. The only way out was for her to become a Grey Warden. Which means he's stuck fighting Darkspawn the rest of her life.
Sorry about the friendly fire, homies, but hey, the bear's dead. Sands of Time's getting a remaster remake as well. I vaguely remember hearing something about that. I don't know. Do I go for here? I guess I go Wildfire. No. Yes. The hell was that sound? You guys hear that shit? Ugh. Ouch. Wouldn't mind them finding a way to get Bethany back in the story, of course, and I have to deal with Carver too. Depending on what you do, Carver can actually be pretty well-rounded. Because, like, Carver really grows into being his own person once he's out of your shadow. Which is what he wanted, but he was a brat about it. And it takes, you know, a decade of in-universe character growth for him to not be an insufferable piece of shit. I wouldn't mind Carver. The awkward thing is, with a lot of these returning companions, is that most of them could be either dead or not. And there's a couple times when they've noticeably had to ignore player decisions to crowbar characters into the story. For example, Leliana was killable in the first game. They brought her back in the second game anyway. And then in Inquisition. Morrigan was never killable until they kind of made you believe she was killable at the end of Witch Hunt, but like that decision amounted to nothing as well. So very few of the companions are like that you've been able to decide the fates of have come back in any capacity. And the ones that do come back, it's mostly due to you not having as much control over their fate. For example, Isabella shows up in Inquisition multiplayer, no matter what choices you made. Because even if you do your best to screw her over in the second game, there's no lasting consequences for her. She always gets away, at best. Or at worst, I should say. You can't do anything to screw over Varric. Varric is always fine. So he's in the third game. They go with that route to keep certain characters around. Goes Inquisition of a Dragon's Age. It goes, Aaron. This is one of those things that's gonna eat a lot of my time. So definitely in line with your second message there. Hope you're doing well. I love this series, and when I get into it, I get all in. Kind of make me wonder if they'll treat Dreadwolf as a bit of a soft reboot, minimizing the familiar faces. While I would be interested in that creatively, I think there's so much nostalgia behind the Dragon Age IP that people would be really upset if a lot of stuff wasn't, like, paid off. Or if, previous characters weren't brought back. There's a lot of long-running characters that people have been wanting to see back. For example, Oghren. Oghren is alive no matter what you did, but he hasn't been back since the expansion for the first game. Just to name one character. There's a bunch of characters from 2 that have only been mentioned in passing in Inquisition. And given this is an IP, and given BioWare's style of doing things where people just really get attached to characters, I don't see that happening. 3 games worth of decisions are a lot. Yeah, it's a very tangled web of... If they're gonna have previous decisions influence outcomes, it's, like, real tangled. But that's why... I think that's part of why they made Dragon Age Keep the way they did. Like, Inquisition decisions are in the Keep as well. So, I could see them doing, you know, more of the same. Now, with Inquisition, a lot of the decisions only amounted to war table stuff, which does give them a bit of an easier way out, because that's just text. Like, Zevran is in Inquisition. In a war table quest chain. But he's in the game. The player character from the first game can be in Inquisition, in a war table quest, etc., etc. So that's a way I could see them doing a lot of that. Doesn't have to necessarily be as involved as, like, Hawk is just a major character in this game. So a lot of stuff associated with Hawk had to be mentioned. Meaning the Inquisitor at our side. I just got here, bro.
The Wardens were here at some point.
Sutherland, you okay, buddy? You're repeating yourself.
I knew you'd come. Rat's a good runner. We saved a caravan but lost the fight. Saw your flag and were hoping we were good for a ransom. Once they learned we were nobody, we were as good as dead. But here you are.
Of course I'm here. You are an adventuring company of the Inquisition.
You hear that? Did everyone hear that?
We heard it, you fool.
Inquisitor, we'll return to the hold, and we'll be back out in no time. Thank you.
You're welcome, buddy. Neat little question. Hey, Poison, thank you for the 22. This is a great time. Thank you for all the love and support. Really does mean a lot. Hope things have been treating you well.
I think Blackwall would have liked to have been here for this.
Yeah, fuck Blackwall. I don't feel like juggling party members for this area.
The damp cuts right through your armor, doesn't it?
It feels different after 8 years. Now I understand the concept of looter shooters and skill building.
She's on fire. There you go, quick.
Yeah.
22, 22. Thanks for the great times, Quag Pride.
Thank you again, Poison. I still contend that by different, that feel, I identify that as inferior. It's a game with impact, but it is not a game that plays well in this day and age. That's just how I feel about it. One of the most heinously overrated games ever made. I did my time with it. I have no desire to ever go back. Favorite Dragon Age? This is actually my least favorite one, Poison. Not to say that I don't like the game. I do. I do like the game. I'm having a great time. But my favorite is Dragon Age 2. Because the combat is just something special in that game. I really like the flow, the decision-making. On a character note, I really like the cast of that game a lot. My staff is cold damage, and this bear is immune to that. Varric, you got this, right? got this. Let me just revive the homies. Oh, there's just a dog attacking me now, too. Okay. Into the mines. Where are you going? I revived Vivian, she's down again already. Oh, the bear ran away. Yeah, the bear just noped out. Cool. Couldn't bear to fight anymore. I'm sure there's another lack of quality of life mechanics. Tormented grind the OP levels, which don't have the mental capacity to pursue. Different because all I did was dump skill points with a single tree. In fact, I can fill the others first time around. So your perspective has changed. That's something that I wish the looter genre's fan base would understand. Because they don't understand that their taste in games has changed over the years. People who still constantly jerk off BL2 and wonder why nothing scratches the same itch don't understand that they don't like BL2 either. They like how BL2 made them feel. Because you could release that game again in 2022 and people would hate it. Case in point, people have eventually accepted, hey, OP levels suck, I'm not doing them. They're optional, they're not content, they're just a difficulty modifier. Yet those same people hate the idea of, I don't know, the chaos system in Wonderlands. What's different? Ditch Peak is less rewarding loot. Does it? Isn't Binary Boss one of the only ways of getting certain pearls? Gen 2 pearls? Although I suppose that's no longer true as of, OP10, right? OP10 update. First gen? First gen. And never mind. Ooh, a bear cat. But pearlescent's good. I don't understand. Bring pearlescence back. mention Maya's my first ever video game crush, so dumb bias, I guess. Hate BL3 for killing her off. You hate BL3 for killing off a character with zero personality, no achievements, and no value to the narrative whatsoever? Why? I'm too sure it didn't kill off anyone with sentimental attachments. Oh wait, oh. Hey Turbo, how you doing? I don't know if I said hi, but hello. Narrative's limited for sure. Like I said, it's a personal thing. Yeah, I mean, I guess. It's just something, like, this is my favorite mug. I've been using it for a while. This is my favorite mug because sentimental value, someone gifted it to me. It's my favorite mug. Saying my mug has a personality and, say, hating the concept of, I don't know, cups because this mug exists is a bit weird, but Borderlands fanbase go Burr. Like, I even played that character primarily in that game as well. I've played mostly Gage, but Maya was my second most played. Maya is neither a well-written nor interesting character, nor does she even have any real characterization to speak of. Other than is Whammon with blue hair. They should have thrown Maya in the trash can sooner. Bad for Bloodwing for sure, but not Roland? I mean, you didn't say that, but like, my first instinct is Roland. And then people are just like, oh yeah, man, Bloodwing. Like, but... like, what about Roland, though? Sacrifice for emotional Krieg DLC. That's the thing, though. Even the most emotional moments in that DLC have absolutely nothing to do with her. For example, the side mission where Krieg's just sitting there and won't get up, and you gotta talk to him and reconvince him of, like, the value of existence as a whole, and, you know, the concept of pushing through it when you're at your absolute lowest point, because, you know, it's not the entirety of your reality. Like, there's a pretty cool conversation around that. Nothing to do with Maya at all. Krieg's self-worth issues, again, nothing to do with Maya. That stuff's associated with Lilith. and Brick and Mordecai, aka characters with personalities. And saying Brick has a personality is a bit of a stretch. Like, the most emotional moments in that DLC had nothing to do with her. She didn't add anything. It's just cheap nostalgia, that's all. And as we've seen with other characters and content in that game, you can do nostalgia well. It's doable, but she's not it. Example of good nostalgia. DLC 1, Handsome Jackpot. Like, everything in that was tastefully done and well played out. Harsh reality is, Maya sucks as a character, added nothing to the franchise, and
I am impressed with how well
it's
organized the Inquisition
just
was.
people who are attracted to her, for the most part, that care.
I would hardly call it organized.
Perspective, darling. The Chantry hasn't even found the right vestments for issuing a statement on the Divine's death.
Being more
It's
flexible
my hot
than
take of the day.
Chantry is not a difficult goal.
Take your victories where you can, dear.
Based Cassandra roasting the Chantry in front of Vivienne.
We are victorious. It's done.
Yes, Cassandra, it is. Why are you still using that voice line? Not denying that. I know you're not. Cassandra, yes, I get it. We finished the combat. I'm proud of you too. Good job. It's just entertaining to me in a sort of frustrating way. You'll often see people appointing themselves like Borderlands story critics or lore aficionados. One that's like going into a fucking McDonald's or an Arby's and being mad they don't have filet mignon. Like, it's not what they do. That's not what they're about. That's not how they present themselves. But also, like, people just not understanding such surface level things about what they're actually fixating on is like, I like Farah, and since the time they butchered her in Two Thrones, at least for me. I don't remember too much about the characterization and storylines in those games, but I will defer to you on that one. One character was given good development was Tina. Like, Tiny Tina? Like Borderlands Tiny Tina? Like, in Wonderlands, sure. In Borderlands, no. Where's the development? Her entire character arc is she gets sad twice. That's it. That's the whole thing. 100% of her story arc is she gets sad twice. And the second time is undercut by a butthole joke. And you can see this in BL3, where BL3 Tina replaces the getting sad twice thing with, hey, did you know I have sex now because I'm an adult? And it somehow manages to be just as uninteresting. I also go back to Armfish. It's a funny little thing that made me go, why kill her? She's my favorite. The only character from the previous sequel. Why not? That's one thing I loved about 2018's God of War and God of War Ragnarok. Have you finished God of War Ragnarok? Wish I likes that. Never caught that in the game. We're on a bit of a delay because of the connection. You have to be more specific. I think I'm like a minute ahead of you. The I have sex now stuff. She's got several lines about various exes she has. There's Shiga, I think, is one that she dated. Or is not Shiga. It was where is it? You have to get back her pet from one of her exes, and then there's another one she mentions. And then there's a third one she mentions. But yes, BL3 Tina has absolutely no character progression. In fact, it's character regression, because she has no emotional moments. Her relationship with Mordecai has regressed. Like, she didn't need to be in BL3 at all, but cheap nostalgia. I would contend that while BL2 Tina is the most uninteresting version of the character, or most overrated version of the character, I should say, the BL3 one is like the worst implementation, because it's just even worse, and that she didn't grow into an actually interesting character in her own right until Wonderlands. Wonderlands decided to give her personality traits other than is child. Spent 3 days with Lays and Red Bull alternating gameplay just to get to the end of the story. God of War Ragnarok. So, it's not okay when Borderlands 3 kills a returning character for emotional impact, but it is when other games do it. Don't get specifics, because I know there's at least a couple people who haven't played Ragnarok, and I don't want to spoil anything for them, but I'll remain vague. Like, that's the thing. It's a common storytelling thing. You kill known character to up the stakes and evoke emotional response. Why is it sometimes okay and other times not? What's the difference? And it always boils down to, but hot. 100% of the time. Not addicted PoE, I swear. Rabbit, you cannot do anything without becoming addicted to it. Never change. Love you for it. Only 1,274 minutes in my current session. Hang on. Hang on. That's fine. That's fine. I whip out the calculator for that one. That's fine. You're fine. Like I said, that's what the story does. Yeah, no, it's dissecting this topic is interesting because there's a lot of people who get very heated on this. And like, to this day, there's some people who swear that BL3 ruined video games for them because Maya dead. And I'm like, would you still have this take with some post-nut clarity? Imagine if more of them played Tales, right? I remember when Lilith DLC came out, there were a bunch of people like, wait, what happened to Scooter? Because they just never paid attention to Tales. And that would be an example of a far more significant character, a scene with more emotional impact. Like, all of that, it was done well, but like, nobody gave a shit because far fewer people wanted to get in Scooter's pants than Maya, probably, I assume. The Uproar and Sirius Black killed off. Yeah, that's a good example. Trying to fix sleep schedules that I decided to play PoE all day. Makes sense. Too many bears,
Well,
man.
This outfit is ruined. I'll have to get it replaced.
Like a TV show, sometimes your favorite character dies and nothing you do about it. And people do handle that kind of thing differently. I'm trying to think of the last time I was watching a show, like a show that kept going after this point, I should say, where a favorite character of mine was killed off. Like, it's not coming to me. I guess I just don't end up caring that much a lot of the time. Ah, Lucifer Dan. Yeah, Rabbit, you're correct. You're correct. That one fucking hit me hard. You're correct. That is absolutely the most recent example. Probably SpongeBob, no? Fucking text-to-speech memes have ruined SpongeBob for me, because every time I see it, in my head, I hear the way certain TTS things mispronounce SpongeBob. SpongeBob. If you know, you know. Every time. Death Note? No. You weren't even meant to connect with the characters in that kind of way in Death Note, I don't think. Like, the narrative in Death Note doesn't ever make you feel like any of the characters are, you know, a viewer avatar or your friend. There's just bad things happening to people. Some of whom don't deserve it, but...
This belonged to the Wardens.
Twitch brain rot is real. It certainly is. I possess soup? You're a demon, then. What did that innocent soup do to you? Order Chinese? Ooh. I want food. I need to not order food again, because money, but, like, it sounds so good. It's kind of lunchtime. Chat, do I order food? Then again, how we connect different characters is set out by the smallest trigger. Very true. Very true. It's that's part of what makes character stuff so compelling in fiction, I think, is because you never know what aspects people are going to connect with. Like, they might connect one conversation a character has back to a personal experience they had in their life, and then they bond with that character because of that. It could be something they wear. It could be the way they speak. It doesn't even need to be any particular storyline. That's why I think that characters are the most important piece of the puzzle when writing in fiction. Because, like, you can get away with an uninteresting setting. You can get away with a bit of a lackluster plot. No one gives a shit what's happening if they don't give a shit about the characters. That'd be fair to say? Connect with Backstab because he's the best. Crap and sweet corn soup for starter. Crap? Is that supposed to be crab? I'm so mature. Personal experience have such a big role to play on who we connect with. Well put, well put. You cast, you fart, you destroy. Doesn't matter what your endgame activity is. You cast, you fart, you destroy. And this cloud, this cloud, this cloud, this fart cloud, it's insanely strong. You won't fucking believe it. You think this EGR isn't good with fart cloud? You're fucking in for a treat. Holy shart. I shart you not. I will shart on your land. I will fart on your trial of supremacy. I will destroy your trial of fervor. I will destroy your concept of fart. That is a delicious, once consumed pasta. Standards for imitation crab have fallen. I'll say it, imitation crab is one of the best food inventions. Best form of flattery fish food. I see what you did there, and I like it. Proud of that one. I'm proud of you, too. A walking bombed myself and that hurt. Pictures of my room here. I want to order food now. I shouldn't. It's expensive. But I want it. But I want it. So, you know, a couple of my friends seem to be going through a tough time with their jobs and stuff in the US. Hope everyone's here is doing well, not facing difficulty. It depends on, you know, what space you're in, but it is a far-reaching thing. Like, right now, just the general state of things, prices of things, way up. Now, you'll see some statistics, like, for example, current administration celebrating, yay, wages have gone up more than prices for some fields. If you are, for example, a content creator, your wages haven't gone up, they've gone down, because you make based on what people can and want to give. And with prices being higher, people have less to give, which is understandable on their part. So, content creation in general right now, money's down across the board, because people don't have the money to, you know, stay subbed to all of their favorite streamers, for example. So, like, I've had to be a little more financially responsible as of late. It's been a bit of a stressful thing at times. But I know people who have it worse than I do. It's one of those things. Getting by, and sometimes that's all you can do. You've inspired me to pick up my last Inquisition playthrough, dropped it when Wonderlands came out. Honestly, Jaybridge, I want to do another one. Like, that's the risk I always run when I play these games. Doing one playthrough makes me want to do another playthrough. Hey, Viper, thank you for the 500 bits. I appreciate it. These bits are given the expectation that eating food would be very least considered. No, this is not entry into a contract. You must order food. Only that Mr. Viper will look at his laptop screen. Mild to taste if you don't. Also, quad.
These bits are given with the expectation that eating food will be at the very least considered. Note that this does not enter you into a contract where you must order food. Only that Mr. Viper will look at his laptop screen with mild disdain if you don't. Also, quad.
Qua. Alright, so if I was to order food, if I did, what sounds good? And thank you, Viper. Hey, Big Bog. Hope you're well. Thai? Ooh, I'm not familiar with any of the Thai places near me. There's a couple, but I've never used them. Stop reading Donuts stealing the robot's job. Listen, times are tough. Maybe I can get a gig as a text-to-speech voice. I'm ill, so I have no food recommendations other than soup and nice bread. Hi, ill, so I have no food recommendations other than soup and nice bread. Hey, Cub, how you doing? Thai place we always went to, drop from Grubhub and going through withdrawals. Oof.
They were merchants, originally from Desmuid, also I'm told.
You don't remember?
I was taken to the Ostwick Circle when I was very young. So far as I'm concerned, my life began there.
Wardens have abandoned these camps. They're looking for someone. Alistair, perhaps.
That's cool. If you do this after learning about Alistair, then that dialogue changes. I don't think I've ever done that in that order before. Developer's foresight. I like to see it. I'm not familiar with that stuff, Bone Wheel, but always love to see good recommendations. Keep them coming. Gonna get a haircut in a bit and want to stop by. I appreciate that. I should give myself a haircut. I've been trying to be better about staying on top of that, but like, it's been cold, so I've been keeping my hat on even more than usual, so I forget about the concept of hair. And then it's just the whole budgeting time thing, because lately I've been streaming for, 7 to 11 hours, depending on the day. So by the time I'm done streaming, I'm not really thinking about, things like cutting my hair. What's this game all about? So this is the third game in this series, this RPG series. It's a bit hard to explain, but basically, we lead an organization that is trying to stop the end of the world at the hands of some ancient magical threats. And it's an open world RPG with a lot of content. By a lot of content, I mean it took us about 30 hours of stream time to get out of the prologue. And the entirety of yesterday's 7.5-hour stream, I did one conversation for one main story mission, and the rest was just side stuff in 2 different areas. One area of which was completely optional, and you don't ever need to set foot in if you're just doing main story.
Breaking sea. Somewhere across all that water is Kirkwall.
It was a long journey to Haven.
Considering the company, I'm surprised it didn't feel longer.
Favorite Chinese place doesn't do delivery, which is painful. Also takes cash only. So, like, I don't know which annoys me more. Cash-only places or places that don't take cash. It's less of a problem more recently, as this is... I've had better luck with this in the last few months. But I've had a history of just... My bank's super unreliable, so they've just... Like, often I've had card issues, where I'll have to get one reissued because they flagged something they shouldn't have. And then don't notify me. Like, once I was grocery shopping, and I only found out my card was, like, frozen because I couldn't buy my groceries. And that's a situation where you can only get out of that with cash, right? So you have an alternative there. But, like, with cash-only places, a lot of people just don't have it anymore. So, same problem, just in a different font. Seeing Tiny Together getting codes on Twitter? Yeah, all the Lens games have been getting a pretty even spread of codes. They've done some BL2, BL3, and Wonderland's codes as of late. I don't know if TPS has been getting any recently, actually. TPS and BL1 might have been missing out on the gravy train, but they've been doing some BL3s and BL3s. That when I bought Riders DLC, they just blocked my card thinking it was stolen. Yeah. The opposite, cash is past all man, contactless is now. While I agree when it works, like bank unreliability, it's not like cash ever doesn't work. Like, you can't hand someone a legitimate $20 bill and it's like, oh, well, scanner's down, or oh, your wallet's frozen. Like, it doesn't work that way. It works. It's reliable. Contactless has never failed me. Cash fails me all the time when the notes don't go into the thing. We'll just do the thing better. Really need a better bank. I haven't had issues with the new one, Felicia. Like those problems I was talking about. Since that change, I've been chilling. It was a little sketched out at first, but I've had no issues. Knock on desk. I swing on back after the cut. Have a good stream. Thanks, Cub. Wish you best of luck in your haircut endeavors. Thought it's always safe to keep a little cash in hand. Yep. Same. You don't want to carry around too much, because that's a security risk. But keeping enough that, you know, you can use it is nice. Never use it if I don't need it. Oh yeah, sometimes I'll stretch out one ATM withdrawal for like 6+ months. I don't use that frequently either, but it's nice to have the option. No, God damn it. Horse. I'm gonna eat you. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat you. Reminds me again about food. Do I order food, chat? I need someone to think for me. I'm hungry. I don't think I have much in the way of food that I care to eat here right now. I don't know what I get for food. It's usually McDonald's, Chinese, close. Eat healthier. I want the homies to be healthy and stuff. I'm the only one who's allowed to eat badly.
That Herlock will put up a fight. Stand ready.
We are victorious once more.
Not seeing the rules where Quag's allowed to eat bad food. Vision issue. Unlucky. You should eat healthier to correct that vision, Viper. No response other than Quag mad. So what you're saying is that I win. Wouldn't describe it as winning. I forgive you. Thinking. Yeah, we can pop over here next. Kevin. Should I get food? I don't think that's a yes. Let me scroll. I should also charge my phone. I don't know what I want. Also, this app crashes so much. I could just order from the same place again. I just fucking might, honestly. Alright, let me do some inventory management. And I'll properly figure that out. Doing inventory management. You can't prove that. It was someone else.
Those who oppose thee shall know the wrath of heaven. Field and forest shall burn. Sea shall rise and devour them.
Okay. Save here. And we'll BRB in a few minutes.
Will it matter? make a smile upon you.
Okay, I'm back. I ordered Chipotle. Not fantastic, you know, price or health-wise, but it's food. Haven't had that in a couple weeks. And, it's, like, close, so it shouldn't take too long to get here. It's like a quarter mile, third of a mile from here.
What happened here?
And where is the merchant we intended to meet?
Speaking of food, there's now a Popeyes near me. It's actually pretty good. Popeyes is
Seems
pretty
the
good,
city has
honestly.
angered Calpurnia by sending her mistreated slaves. Paying a fortune for literate slaves.
Bored of these Venatories not enough?
This guy's doing all the damage. Let me throw some bees at him. Feeling this guy's barrier is complicated. So I don't know why certain environments in this game just get much louder, like indoors. Some sound effects are obnoxiously piercing. See how that does. Used up all my bees, but I don't think I need more. Oof, okay. I remember that fight being exceptionally tough on one of my previous playthroughs. That guy is just a problem. So, the guy we were trying to come here and get useful information from, because we knew the Venatori were after him, is dead because Calpurnia, the leader of the Venatori, does not like slavery, which is in stark contrast to Tevinter and her boss, Corypheus. She ain't about the slavery.
That must have been Vicinius.
Kinda based.
Let's look around. A shattered crystal. Let's find the pieces. Here's another one. The crystal's whole again, but hold on.
Substantially based.
Lady Calpurnia, I had no intention. I warned you of consequences should the slaves you bring me suffer in your care. Venatori, show him my displeasure. No! Wait! Wait!
Sacred used them to store memories. Don't ask me how.
Dagna might know what to make of it.
Yeah, Calpurnia was like, hey, these slaves got tortured? Die. Hey, Control, how you doing? My phone's charging over there. And it's very awkward. I need a longer charging cable. That sounds like a euphemism for something.
I trust you've heard what befell Roderick at Haven.
It's true.
Blessed are they who stand before the corrupt and the wicked.
It's the Grand Ball in the Winter Palace, you stumbling.
You know, a solid 30% of this game is being frustrated by religious French people. It's always amusing to describe games, like, not based on what they're actually about. Like, weird descriptions that are technically accurate. That's a funny one for this one. Be a better angry day today. Glad to be here with friendos. Glad to have you. Whatever's going on, I'll kick its ass. Yeah, have all those, I think. Godfall's about killing brothers. It's true.
So Gaspard favors the trade you've started, but Celine favors the house.
Don't tell me that.
Only the chant. Then the golden city.
I don't know, Control. I'm kind of a ride or die. Oh, hi, Josephine.
Inquisitor, welcome. Thanks to your investment, I have all manner of runners scouring the wake of your adventures. If there's a tome that eludes you, I will endeavor to fill the gaps. I will not deny you a good story nor valuable information.
Feel serious about why you don't make your brother your editor? Honestly, yes. So this guy sells codex entries that you missed in story missions. Which is a really neat thing to have. They these are ones I missed in Haven. This one is one from the inverse mission. So from helping the mages instead of the Templars. That's from there. This is, I missed these when I was helping the Templars. I missed that, helping the mages, like, kind of cool. Sell schematics as well. I don't think you get the XP from Codex entries you buy like this. We'll see. Doesn't look like I did, but that's fair. That's the trade-off.
Do you know where this noble wanted to meet us?
I do. The Comte Boisvert invited us to his mansion, not far from here. I pray he clears up the deaths of my messengers, as promised.
Lead the way.
God of War Ragnarok is about preventing Jim Carrey. Just preventing the existence of Jim Carrey. I'm not going to elaborate, but if you've played the game, you know. Couple logical leaps, you'll get there.
Welcome, my friend.
Thank you for seeing us, Comte Boisvert.
The honor is mine. Please, sit. It's an honor to assist two such distinguished guests.
I hope helping us doesn't endanger you.
Hardly. Even a brush with someone as well known as yourself can become a great asset in Valroyo. Giving you the identity of those who murdered Lady Montile's messengers seemed the least I could do. Have you heard of the House of Repose?
The Assassin's League?
My contacts obtained a copy of a document in the archives. Contract for a life.
God of War Ragnarok's also in, it's a lesson on how to deal with your son's bullies. I suppose it is.
Eliminate anyone attempting to overturn the Montiliers' trading exile in Orlais.
Hey, Priz. Yes, it was ending 8 primarily.
Who's sending these assassins?
The contract was signed by a noble family.
Lesson on why birds are in fact government drones.
But the
Yeah.
Paraquets died out as a noble line over 60 years ago.
Indeed. But the contract was signed 109 years ago.
How can a family try to kill you after they died out?
The Du Paraquets were our rivals. They drove the Montiliers from Valroyo. This contract was drawn up over 100
Your
years
favorite
ago.
is just recency bias.
Wasn't
I
involved.
think it's my
They tried
favorite.
to overturn my family's exile.
BRB sounds good, Viper.
Unpleasant though it may be, the House of Repose is merely fulfilling its contractual duties.
If the people who wanted your family dead are gone, why are the assassins still after you?
A contract is a contract, Inquisitor. Our Legion businesses live and die by their reputations. The entire guild's welfare would be endangered if an agreement was tossed aside on a whim of time or fate.
She's quite right, Your Worship. The House of Repose is doing what it feels necessary, by its standards.
I assume you have a thought or two on this, Josephine?
The Du Paraquets still have descendants under the common branch. If we elevate them to nobility, a Du Paraquet could annul the contract on my life.
That will take time, Lady Montilier. Time during which the House of Repose will be obliged to hunt you.
Will they now? You are exceedingly well informed. You're not to have said you'd heard rumors, at best.
A bit of subterfuge. This contract on your life is an ugly business. One the House of Repose deeply regrets. But this is Orlais. Even an assassin's word is his bond.
Does Comte Boisvert actually exist?
Absolutely. The Comte's offer to reveal the killers of Lady Montile's messengers was genuine. So was his information somehow. An end to be tied up later.
I'm guessing the actual Comte Boisvert met with a fatal accident.
Comte Boisvert slumbers in a nearby closet. Nothing more. The contract on Lady Montile's life is so unusual. We felt the courtesy of an explanation was in order.
It is appreciated, monsieur.
Your idea to seek out Du Paraquet to revoke our orders is an interesting one. I wish you luck.
I like this guy.
I did not come to shed blood today, Inquisitor. Only to speak. Might I pass?
Why warn us about your contract and let us go?
In Orlais, it is only decent to inform those involved in a contract when extraordinary circumstances conspire.
And the guild's reputation would suffer if you ignored the contract. I quite understand.
Thank you, my lady. May we conclude with my departure?
Go, then.
Good day, your worship. My lady, I pray we never meet again.
Dude's got style.
Well, I didn't think our meeting would end like this.
We'll deal with these assassins.
I have some thoughts. Let's discuss them back at Skyhold. I'll feel safer with the castle's walls around me.
Do you hear something?
Oh, goodness. Comte Poivert, is that you? Oh, the lock's been broken off. We'll find a saw.
Josephine shoved me.
I realize the cabinet is quite valuable, Comte, but surely... A locksmith, then? As you wish.
Affirmative muffled. Pleased muffled yelling. It's like, let me out. But I don't want to be out that bad.
I will prepare some flanking exercises.
Who advised before her? Does anyone remember?
Why, was it not the first enchanter? She was the metal prodigal.
Is that what you call it?
Ah, it's the Origins music again.
Bloody.
No, not bloody. Think of the carpets. I'll ask around again tomorrow.
Well, let me know if you find one.
Anything we can do, just ask. Thank you. What do you need?
You have a problem. That over there is a full tavern, but everyone's drinking alone. They're all up their own arses about the Inquisition. I can't have fun with everybody whinging, and they'll fall on their swords before Coryphanus can push them.
More? I got
I'm
you.
thinking pranks. Set a few up, knock a few down. You in or not?
Hey, Stone Swan. How you doing?
You have an odd idea of preparation. I need to keep them at their best.
What's best then, Mopey? Constantly ready for death to fall from the gaping hole up there. I know people. Pissed off and fired up is better than dreary bleary. Come on.
Lead the way.
What, really?
Really.
I knew you were different. Let's go.
I'm only doing this for the approval to open up story stuff. I find Sarah insufferable and
General uptight is gone.
But now we're pranking everyone.
What, the desk? Oh, yes. Center of the Empire and all that. What to do, what to do.
All right, Sarah. What do you want to do?
Thing looks heavy.
Needed
Don't want
that.
to move or break it.
We needed you.
I got it. Easy one. Just a slip of something under here. There, won't notice much, but it's just that little bit wonky. He's so in control that'll piss him royally. I tell one of the soldiers and boom, the general seems like people. And since he works for you, you seem like people. Come on, next one.
We pranked Cullen by making his desk just slightly uneven. That's fucking evil.
Right, little lady prissy pants. Have a look for something she likes too much. What, just the door? Where she greets every important idiot. Yes.
Well, Sarah, what do you have in mind?
Get a bucket.
That's not an option.
Classic,
I don't think
yeah?
they have a shitting
5
animation.
minutes of sloppy boss gets you weeks of happy kitchen staff. Except for the one who cleans it up, I suppose. But whatever. Next up. What's that? A locked... No, leave that. Not interested in her hidden things. Not for just a bit of fun. Maybe feed her messengers something gassy? No, bears don't pop. But they flap and...
Who is up there?
Go!
Reuse crouch and just add a couple of girls. Why are you not in game
That
depth,
was
Nunu?
fun.
Come on.
An inquisitor of the people, still remembering you're one of them. If all they got was the herald stuff, the serious bit, you'd start to sound pretty scary. That works, but not for long.
Whatever it takes. I'd start throwing pies if it kept people inspired.
Pies is so good, and Coryphanus would never do that. Good thing for you, innit? Because from the bottom, everyone up top sort of seems the same. It was fun chasing you, Inquisitor. Nice for you. You! Oh, frig. You did it!
Crouching combat noise. Crouching combat is great code for pooping, to be honest. Alright, who's gonna write the poop mod for this? Name it Crouching Combat. And then nowhere in the mod description do you say it's to introduce pooping to the game. But then, you know, someone downloads it, they're like, oh, I wonder what it's like to fight while crouch. No, they just poop. David, thank you so much for the 1,500 bits. That's really generous of you. Thank you so much. I was like, thank you for being here. No, thank you. That goes a long way. Really, you just bought my lunch. Thank you, David. Hope work and everything's been good. I can lunch then. I'm waiting for it to get here. Oh, let me see how close it is.
I just want to say thank you so much for being here, Qua.
No, I think I ordered from the wrong location. Whoopsie. I accidentally ordered from the one a town over, so it'll take an extra 20 minutes. Probably because that's the last one I did order from. Oh well. But it's on its way.
I know what you mean to do. It won't help.
My father drowned there. Who are you to tell me what will make me feel better? I'll find him. I'll find the mayor, and I'll...
Decide your actions before you go. In the moment, there's only before and too late.
That's good advice.
This is just... it's something to keep their hands busy. I'm grateful you tracked me down when you did. As exciting as wandering the woodlands was, this is better. It's good to be part of something so important. Something that could change things.
The Grey Wardens are huge and important. You're part of that.
True, but without a blight on the horizon, everything the Wardens do feels like waiting. This, the Inquisition, is what matters now, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. You are who you choose to follow. Someone told me that once. Took me years to understand what he meant.
And some of us choose not to follow at all.
We can't all be born leaders. It was a chevalier who said those words to me. A powerful man, but never without honor. A true knight. We met as competitors in the Grand Tourney. He left me with that advice before we parted. Put aside his own ambitions to help me win the melee. I don't think I even thanked him.
What is this Grand Tourney?
You've never heard of it? The Grand Tourney of the Free Marches. It's a spectacle. Song, dance, wine, every amusement you can imagine. But the greatest part is the contest of arms. Prove yourself in the Grand Tourney, and you can make your fortune.
How did he help you?
There were 100 men on the field, each one fighting for himself. The knight and I had forged an alliance. It was just the two of us, and we took all comers. The goal,
Took all
down
comers.
as many opponents as possible. He always let me deliver the final blow.
He must have wanted something from you to help like that.
A pupil, a squire. Someone to teach and to mold. He saw my potential. When it was over, he offered to mentor me. To teach me to become a chevalier
TOS? What do you
like
mean?
him. And I, young and stupid, turned him down flat. I just won the melee at the Grand Tourney. I didn't need him. I should have gone with him. Perhaps things could have been different.
Different doesn't always mean better.
In this case, I think it would have been better. But I'm older.
Taking all comers? Yeah, that's what he said.
I think I've chosen the right
What do you mean?
person to
What's the
walk
problem? He always made sure I finished. That's just polite.
Heard you found something that had to do with wardens. Would have liked to have seen it.
Varric's friend Hawk said there were suspicions of corruption in Grey Warden ranks. Do you know anything about that?
Pyroverse.
What sort of corruption?
Corypheus. He's been known to influence the minds of wardens.
That could very well explain why so many have disappeared.
Are you feeling all right? No voices or anything?
If I start hearing things, I promise you'll be the first to know.
I want to hear more about you.
Compared to yours, my life will seem dull indeed.
What did you do before you became a warden?
I was a soldier, a nobody trained to wield a sword and follow orders. I grew weary of fighting other men's wars.
So you became a warden?
More or less. Becoming a Grey Warden was the first time I felt like I mattered. The life I led before seems hollow in comparison. Perhaps one day it will fade away.
Your name Blackwall doesn't sound Orlesian. Marcher, then? Ferelden?
I was from the Free Marches originally. Markham. That was a long time ago. Another life.
I hear that many wardens were once criminals.
You're right. And when you join, your past is forgotten, so let's leave it that way.
Why did you join the wardens?
Because they remember honor and sacrifice. Words that have little meaning to the rest of us. Because they lay down their lives for those they have sworn to protect. We all need to believe there are such men in the world. I needed to believe I could be one of them.
We can continue this discussion at another time.
Very well.
Okay, I think that's all I need to talk to him about for now. For now. So that's a very good shield we just bought. And Cassandra needs to hit level 17 first. So I'll lose some armor rating. Lose some melee defense, but get some magic defense. Spirit resist helps with the walking bomb stuff. Losing fire resist is awkward, but I can pick that up somewhere else. But on hit gaining guard is like big deal. Big deal. I can give the leftover shield to Blackwall for when I eventually use it. Make a hard save here. Run some errands, Black will be back shortly. Try not to take a swing at any strangers at the grocery store, I promise.
Inquisitor.
Alright, try it. Try at least. I'll see you in a bit, Control.
So mortals try to find the Maker, and that...
Need something? Or are you just here to admire the dwarf?
If I fail, I'll have a record for your entertainment at least. But it wouldn't be entertaining. Because then I'd have to, you know, bust one of the homies out of,
want for nothing.
out of a secure location. I don't want to have to do that. Strike first. Two kinds of people.
I'm so sorry, Inquisitor. I never thought my family's trading status would trap us in an assassin's plot.
You couldn't have known it would lead to this House of Repose coming after you.
It still shouldn't have slipped past me. I've tracked down the last two parakeets. If they become gentry, they can annul the contract on my life. We'll require a noble from Val Royaux to sponsor them, a judge to provide documents, a minister to ratify them.
It's so like you to take the longest course of action, even when your life is at stake.
I assume you already know everything about this mess.
There is a faster way, Josephine. The original contract on your life is in the vaults of the House of Repose. If my agents infiltrate it and destroy the original, the assassin will have no obligation to chase you.
Leliana, please. I want no more bloodshed over a personal affair.
Don't be so stubborn, Josie. How long will it take you to gather these favors in Val Royaux?
Give me some time to think this over.
I'll post a watch on our ambassador in case the House of Repose visits.
I appreciate it, but I still believe elevating the Duparakets will solve this. First, we need to perform some favors in Barroyo. I'd be happy to discuss where we could begin.
Okay, so let me see. I don't remember the outcomes here. I'm gonna look it up. Okay. Um. It's looking like there's not much actual functional difference. But let me just read through this. Okay. Decent outcomes either way. That's fine.
Any news on the House of Repose, Inquisitor?
You said I'd have to do some favors in Val Royeaux if we want to make the Duparakets lords.
The Countess Dion is our first step. Her lover, a mage from the White Spire, is missing. Bring her news of him and she'll be very amenable to sponsoring the Duparakets as lords.
So we've got two choices there to progress that. We either do Liliana's method of, hey, there's no contract if the contract doesn't exist. I mean, okay. Or actually, roundabout solving the problem in a different way. Old but gold. Old but gold. Show you old but gold, I guess.
Skyhold does seem more secure than Haven.
Only if we have the numbers to defend it. A place like this serves no purpose without enough people to make the running worthwhile.
Let me look at this one. I like looking up the war table stuff. It's interesting to see all the outcomes.
I have something for you, Commander. The soldiers
Okay,
the
no real
Herald
difference there.
rescued from the Fallermire arrived an hour ago.
Thank the Maker. We need good news.
Find a sponsor.
Inquisitor?
butt gold, I think it is. It's gold with a butt drawn on the side of the bar. Oh, I think we had different ideas of what butt gold is, Nunu. Inside of you, there are 2 wolves, and also some gold. But alchemy turns fool's gold into real gold. I can't disprove that.
Your trip to the merchant's home
Yes, you
yielded
can.
results. Before she became
how?
leader of the Venatori, Calpurnia was a slave from Minrathous. Even slaves with magic are treated unkindly in Tevinter. If Corypheus freed her, no wonder she follows him.
Her old life must have been harsh, if Corypheus seemed a better master.
Perhaps. Calpurnia has freed every slave she's purchased. Vicinius tracked his shipments. My agents will investigate. This may lead us to Calpurnia's lair. In the meantime, speak to Dagna. The crystal you found on Vicinius fascinates her.
Thank you for testing. Uh-oh. Chad, I'm hungry. Why did I order from the wrong location? I'm so hungry.
This is an amazing find, Inquisitor. The Shaperid in Orzammar had something like it.
Greetings to you too, Dagna.
They preserve voices, or a likeness, memories, you know? You don't know. Doesn't matter. The Venatori cracked it, but here...
These documents you found, Inquisitor, I've made interesting... discoveries.
Have no fear of demons.
But the power will draw them unless you have wards against possession.
Once you have become the vessel, demons will be beneath your concern. Prepare as I have directed.
I shall, Elder One.
Sod it. Oh, sorry. The crystal couldn't take anymore. Wasn't meant for this.
Is any consolation, the place and the driver are probably wondering the same thing. Listen. How dare you combat my anxiety like that?
Corypheus said Calpurnia was going to be a vessel. A vessel for what?
They spoke of power and demons. But
Becoming the
Calpurnia is
vessel of a
already
good
a
thing.
magister. Corypheus must have some
Blood
other plan.
vessel?
That looked like Corypheus and Calpurnia.
It was a memory stored in the crystal.
No, that was vital information. Did you see Calpurnia's expression? Their alliance may be less than harmonious.
How's becoming a vassal is?
The crystal showed us Calpurnia hasn't bought into Corypheus's myth just yet.
Well, I'm no shaper, but I might be able to get it to remember new sounds.
Really? If we hid it among Calpurnia's belongings, imagine what we could learn.
Hey, K6, thank you so much for the raid.
Here. We could hear her speaking right then.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. How's everyone doing?
Work, and it'll probably
How was,
As I said,
High on
I'm no
Life's the
shaper.
name, right?
Inquisitor, Calpurnia's Venatori have been digging up elven ruins.
tracking them might lead us to her.
Ah, thank you.
If
Someone
this
beat me to it.
crystal were placed in a lab,
Welcome in, everyone.
I
If you
cannot overstate the value of
hang on.
what we might learn.
Okay, I knocked out. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do mostly builds and lands games and similar stuff. Today I'm continuing a long form playthrough. We're doing a Dragon Age series playthrough that I've stretched out over a couple months. One of my favorite series, and there's enough build crafty stuff that I can get those vibes. We're doing the whole series on Nightmare, and this game is long. A lot of side quests. It took about 30 hours to get through the prologue, but I find myself frequently getting distracted by fun dialogue, and also I'm hungry, and I need to share this embarrassment with more of you guys. I ordered food, and I ordered from the place that's farther instead of the one that's closer, so it's taking like an extra 20 minutes for it to get here because reading is hard, and true gamers don't read, apparently. Nightmare mode for me, dialogue. Welcome in, everybody. Love to see the donks, and love to see all you people. Best person over to meet? No, that's you. That's you. All right, we can quag. Why not just attack her?
Why not attack Calpurnia head on?
You attract attention, Inquisitor. Her spies will see you coming. A single agent may slip in and out without notice. This crystal may yield great rewards.
Played High in Life, best atmosphere in a game I've ever played. I still know very little about the game, but it's one of those things I'm definitely gonna give a look at. That redemption is definitely the best channel point sync I've ever had here.
Dagna, do whatever it takes to get that crystal ready.
I like an Inquisition.
Right. If there's
So,
a rift growing
I like the game a
between
lot.
Odysseus and Calpurnia, we must exploit it.
It's my least favorite in the series.
Soon, I think.
But that's not an
Let me
insult.
find the
Like,
Quicksilver.
it's one of those series of games that all the games are good, so like it's hard to pick a favorite, but I'd say this is my least favorite. However, there's a lot of content and it's still very dynamic. There's a few characters that I've been able to take a different look at. A little bit older, a little bit wiser than the last time I played. It's been a couple years since I played this. So I have some different perspectives on some of the characters, and that's been fun to see how I've changed in relation to this. It's funny, FOV is way too low though. Ugh. Is there no like way to, console command or change an any file? Maybe make that better, because low FOV is kind of a deal breaker for me. There's two things that put me off of games: bad FOV and bad movement. It's like those two are the way to get me to not play something. Hopefully they address that. So send me the instructions. Okay, good. That's something at least. So because we got some more people here, I suppose I should find a place and go do some combat. I think that might be for the best. Yesterday's stream I ended up going for over 7 hours, and like we just did side stuff in one side area that's completely optional. There's a bunch of content in this game they could have just not put there, but they did.
Chief Movrin is educating Abinash. I'd pay to see that.
Let's go over here. I wanted to do this particular side area. Another fun, subtle detail. As you do party members' personal missions, the tarot cards that represent them on the character select screen do change. Like, Sarah's is different now. Some of them are just kind of cool, different designs. Some of them are a little bit tragic in how they can change. One little detail there. No, only dialogue. Tales from the Dragon Age, if you will.
We We cannot allow the Red Templars to maintain a foothold here.
So where are these Red Templars? Is that them over here? Let's go over there then. Dave, thanks for the $6.90. It's very nice of you. I was telling myself I'm gonna play a different class. I always end up playing a Rogue Archer, wishing I did. Honestly, same. Rogue Archer is definitely my favorite way to consume this game. But for this series playthrough, I've forced myself to play a different class in each of the games. So we did a Dagger Rogue in Origins, did a Sword and Shield Warrior in 2, and now we're doing a Mage in Inquisition. Specifically because I can't resist doing Warrior in 2, and I've done Mage not very much in Inquisition, so I figured this would be a good way to get something familiar and something unfamiliar.
The Red Templars have dug in here.
I'm certain Queen Lenora would
They have
appreciate
dug? They
having
took
them
Doug?
removed from Ferelden's shores.
So these are knights that ate some rocks, and it made them look a little interesting. It's a little bit off, a little bit quirky. I believe my food is about here, so I'll have to step away for a moment, but I'll be right back. I remember seeing spellcast LA types and spells recently. I don't recall. BRB. Oh, it's here. It's here. I got so much stuff in this burrito that it's like a square. Tell me, Builds Guy, what's your go-to Chipotle build? It's a double wrapped steak burrito with green chili salsa, guac, queso blanco, black beans, white rice. Don't eat that? No, Jacob, not. See, I distracted them with the bag that smells like the food. They haven't noticed the actual food yet. Oh, this guy fucked me up, holy. Holy damage. A big problem with how I built my character in this game is that a lot of my harder hitting moves do friendly fire, like that. So it's just something I have to kind of accept, that my teammates are going to bear the brunt of my attacks as well. But it is what it is. I appreciate their sacrifice. And I am playing on Nightmare difficulty, which is the highest, with a few of the trials on, which are like additional difficulty modifiers you can turn on for a chance to get extra loot here and there. This there's some difficulty. This is probably the easiest of the Dragon Age games still, but oh no, the cat noticed the actual food. Oh. Ow. You're large. very vulnerable to cold damage. Made that simple. What are you immune to? Cold resist? Oof. That was a tough one. Yeah, they still give you that info in Nightmare, it's just I rarely look at it beforehand, just to, preserve some of the mystery.
Many of these Red Templars were good men and women once. A shame to see them corrupted beyond recognition.
Cat is totally coming for my food. See? There he is. He doesn't even go for the food on my lap. He goes for the food in my mouth. Hey Broadway, how you doing? Baby bird the kitty. I'm okay. Thanks though. Food in your mouth's best food, otherwise you wouldn't be eating it first. I hate that that makes sense to me. Easy.
I believe we've broken the Templar's hold here.
This location offers easy access to the waking sea. Who knows what they might have accomplished had they been allowed to remain.
I was like the end boss of this dungeon, and we're just like, yeah, bye.
This boat still looks seaworthy.
And here I am using my own teeth like a sucker. You suck with teeth? Interesting. Game is kind of strong. You got some cold damage, and they go down real easy.
Varric, darling, what's the name of your tailor?
Why? I don't think he makes anything in your size.
I want to send a sternly worded letter.
What do we expect to find here?
Actually, I don't want to do that yet. Does this count? Okay, that works. Forgot to refresh my potions. Vivian, don't touch Varric. Vivian, terrible. I sometimes like Vivian. Sometimes don't. But sometimes. So I don't remember a crucial piece of information for the thing we're about to do. We'll see how this goes.
Stay alert. We're in the beast's territory now.
What's the worst that could happen, Cassandra? Fighting dragonlings. It doesn't mean we're working towards a dragon or anything.
One down.
Someone point me to the fanfic sites, I have ideas. If I remember correctly, Dragon Age has a rather large fanfic community. Precisely because many of them are as down bad as you are, Nunu. Hey Peric, how you doing? Happy Friday. Oh, hello. Spirit vulnerability, electricity resistance. Oh, cool. No, we're good. We're good. We are all set. So I'm going for the leg first. See, how can I manage this? I need this thing to move so I can revive my character. I think I just shot Vivian. Okay, where's my body? Where's my corpse? Can't quite see it. Is it invisible? There it is, it's in the grass. Come on. Are your legs blown up? Now I need to do an arm. I'm low on resources. Maybe I do arm first next time. Now we hit the other leg. Aim for the cloaca. Yeah, they probably have that. Varric stood in lightning. That's cool. They lag, so they should. Otherwise... hope I'm making good progress on breaking this limb. Okay, I took out that leg. Just gotta take out this one. Work on the other side if I can manage that. Shit. Can I get the barrier off? we got it. First try. Let's go. I happen to choose limbs in the correct order. Big W. Ooh, Ring of Flanking. Not an upgrade over Ring of Doubt. Maybe for Varric, because I don't have a Muse Explosive Shot. That is an upgrade. There's a few enemy types with the, you know, you can target multiple body parts for different benefits mechanic in this game. It's kind of interesting. It's logical. Like, if you take out a giant's or a dragon's legs, then they can't move around the way they would before. If you, break off something's tail, then it can't use it to attack. Monster Hunter stuff, basically. Make sure I got everything I wanted from this little island. I want that, but I guess I can't click that. That's okay. I need to do some inventory management now, but for that we can go over to the village. Yeah, that'll work.
That dragon would have turned its eyes on us if you hadn't stopped it. Thank you.
Amusingly, she's talking about a different dragon that I killed.
Dispatch for you. Okay. Sorry about that. This might interest you, sir.
It doesn't interest me, Scout. always have to clear every map when I play this game. It's a weakness. I have a lot of difficulty not doing it. Yeah.
Glad you made it. I just got here myself. My contact with the warden.
Let's go.
Doesn't Hawk look beautiful? We really went for a clown Kratos sort of thing. My cat is pouting now. It's because I had food and I didn't get him anything fancy. Alistair.
It's just us. I brought the Inquisitor.
I'm Alistair. It's an honor to meet you, Inquisitor, though I wish it were someplace a bit nicer.
Are you the Alistair who fought the Archdemon with the hero of Ferelden?
I need to change my name. Yes, that was me. War, betrayal, darkspawn, all lots of fun, and made for excellent stories, I'm sure. Nobody cares about that anymore. I answer to Warden Commander Clarel now, like everyone else.
Most of you wardens disappear. Then I run into a darkspawn magister named Corypheus. Do you think that one might have something to do with the other?
When Hawk killed Corypheus, the Wardens thought the matter resolved. But archdemons don't die from simple injury. I feared Corypheus might have the same power, so I started to investigate. I found hints, but no proof. And then, not long after, every warden in Orlais began to hear the calling.
Maker, why didn't you tell me?
It was a secret. A very dangerous
So it's going on with Hawk? What do you
tried
mean?
to actually keep
I have no idea what you're referring to.
Is the calling some sort of Grey Warden ritual?
Well, wardens are tied to the Darkspawn. We're connected somehow. And eventually that connection poisons you. You get bad dreams, and then you start to hear the music. It calls to you, quiet at first. And then, so loud, you can't bear it. At that point, you say farewell, and go into the deep roads to die fighting. In death, sacrifice.
And every Grey Warden in Orlais is hearing that right now. They think they're dying.
Yes, I think Corypheus caused this somehow. If all the Wardens die, who will stop the next Blight? That's what has them so terrified.
So Corypheus isn't controlling them. He's bluffing them with this calling. And they're falling for it.
Is the calling they're hearing real? Or is Corypheus mimicking it somehow?
I have no idea. Before all this, I'd barely heard of Corypheus. I didn't even know he was supposed to be a magister until I started digging around. But right now, all that matters is the Wardens are acting like they're going to die.
You said all the Wardens are hearing the calling. Does that include you?
Unfortunately, yes. When I'm talking or fighting, I can almost ignore it. But whenever things are quiet, I can hear it. It's like a song you can't get out of your head. Damned annoying, frankly.
How can Corypheus make all these Wardens hear the calling?
I have no idea. I suppose it's part of what he is. Corypheus is tied to the Blight, and not just a product of it like most Darkspawn. Wardens are connected to the Darkspawn too. That's how he seems able to control Wardens who get too close to him. And that's likely what he's doing here as well. Somehow.
We need the Warden's help. This is the worst possible time for such lunacy.
I saw what a blight did to Ferelden. If Wardens hadn't stopped it, there'd be no more Thedas. Warden Commander Clarel proposed some drastic things, blood magic and such, to prevent further blights before we die. I protested. Maybe too loudly. And Clarel sent guards, and... well, here I am. Wardens were gathering here, in the western approach. It's an old Tevinter ritual tower. I'm going to investigate. I could use some help.
Let's go.
Yeah, I really like this portion of the game. So basically, we've got Alistair and Hawk hanging out with us as, like, not party members, but for this chunk of the main story, they're just kind of vibing. And for anyone who doesn't recall, Alistair is the literal most important party member in the first game. And he can only be here depending on what decisions you made in the first game. This role can be filled by one of 3 different people. I set it up specifically so I could have Alistair for stream content.
We should get to that ritual tower in the western approach, ideally before it lives up to its name.
You were there, weren't you? You helped fight the Archdemon.
I'm going to be answering that question for the rest of my life. Yes, I was there. It was big. The hero of Ferelden was brave. But that was 10 years ago. What have you done for us lately, Alistair? New times. New problems.
Was the hero of Ferelden involved in all this?
I couldn't say. I was exiled after he decided he preferred Honora's company. He may have joined the Orlesian Wardens after I went into exile. If so, hopefully he'll be on our side. But I wouldn't count on it. When we fought the Archdemon, he did things that... he walks a dark path.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean he walks a dark path? What did I do? Okay, I may have incited a bunch of werewolves to slaughter an entire clan of Dalish. But I don't think he cares about that. It's probably the sex with Morrigan. It's gotta be that. Right? Probably.
What's it like, being a warden?
Oh, it's wonderful. You get fresh peaches delivered every morning, first choice of local village girls, and bunnies too. Well, maybe it's not that. Not even close to that. I watched my brothers die at Ostagar soon after I joined. I never thought I'd see wardens kill themselves.
Why were the wardens trying to kill you?
When Clarel started talking blood magic and demons to deal with the calling, I said it wasn't a good idea. First, it was awkward silences, some coughing. But when I mentioned Corypheus, things really went wild. The warden mages said I was interfering, called me a traitor. Funny how often that happens to me.
Siding with werewolves usually bad, and I love doggos. Well, in my defense, Scott, those werewolves were the wounded party. It's just... I could have resolved it in a solution, in a situation that would have been, like, better for everyone involved, including them. But I wanted to kill some elves, because the Dalish suck. So, like, they were my chosen weapon.
You mentioned Warden Commander Clarel. Is she behind this?
She's the one who summoned me and the other wardens to Orlais when we started hearing the calling. I don't know her well. She's a mage. Smart, careful, determined. The sort of mage the Templars told me to keep a close watch over. Makes her the best kind of warden, or at least I would have thought so. maybe the Templars aren't wrong about everything.
Do you think she's helping Corypheus willingly, or was she duped?
Laurel would never serve something that looks like a Darkspawn willingly. I heard about an advisor of some kind. Maybe we'll learn more at the Western Approach.
Corypheus was held in a Warden prison, right? So the Wardens should know all about him.
You'd think the Wardens would share information with each other, but they're really big on keeping secrets. Maybe they think some knowledge is too dangerous, I don't know. I only found out about Corypheus after I started digging for information. Even then, it wasn't much. For most Wardens, he'd be nothing more than an old legend, dead long ago. If they knew of him at all.
We'll talk later.
Thank you for the lore dump, Alistair. So, during that conversation, I actually remembered something.
Hopefully we'll find some answers in the Western Approach, though I fear what those answers will be. I've seen too much blood magic to ever trust where it leads.
True, Hawk. So there's a certain order I can do a couple of these missions in, and I can actually get certain characters, fan favorites even, in a room together. And I'm glad I remembered that, because that is something I absolutely would like to do. But that does mean kind of stopping this quest line in the middle and starting a different one.
Whoa, whoa.
So, how do I get to this cave wyvern? Figure it out.
Safe travel, sir.
Is this just my can? I suppose I could restock my potions since I'm here. In my cheap motel room? No. Bonk.
I suppose you support the Chantry as a business decision, Barrick?
No, it's more of a personal decision.
Really? You can't possibly be one of the faithful.
I don't like seeing them explode and destroy cities. Faith's not really a big factor there.
I've been to a pants party. Turn that man into chunks. Yeah, this is the right place. I've been slacking on picking up resources. I really need to be better about that. I think I'm thinking of the wrong area. I shouldn't have dropped down here. I know I need to be up there, but... yeah, I was, misremembering the thing. See what's over this way before I turn around. No, this still gets me where I want to go. Ooh, that is level 18. Ooh, new trials reward. Definitely want that. Another skill point. From here, it's an interesting question. I can go Death Siphon for a little more sustain. Go Power of the Dead for just some nice damage. Going more into here gets me Dispel and some other nice quality of life things. I think Energy Barrage, but I don't really have a slot. I can take off 4. I can take off 4. Yeah, I like that as a play.
Over there, Venatori.
Be cautious. They look well armed.
Oopsie. Where did I go down? Friendly fired myself again, but it's fine. What's in here? The wyvern, at least, right? What about the wenvern? The howvern?
Shall we have a look around?
There, time to go for a revive. Oh, wait, shit. Oh, that's a death. Yeah, that's a death. Need to not friendly fire Cassandra. Need to not friendly fire Cassandra. Hey, Hazmat Man, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How you doing? What'd you get up to? Always good to see you. Welcome in, Raiders. You don't know me, I'm Quag. I do, lots of builds, games, and stuffs and things. Continuing my very long playthrough of the Dragon Age series on Nightmare difficulty. Got time, gotta head out, run some errands, probably won't be back before you're done. Have a great evening. Take it easy, Jester, you have a good one. How'd your stream go, Hazmat Man? Hope it was a good one. And again, I appreciate you bringing all your people over here. This series for stream content is kind of like a treat to myself. I know it's not the most engaging thing to watch, but sometimes you just gotta play stuff for you. Played Agents of Mayhem, essentially Saints Row. Ah, yes, the name's familiar. The name is familiar. Glad to hear things went well. Right, Kevin? My cat's very talkative right now, because he's jealous that I got a treat and didn't give him one. At least I assume that's what it is. He might just be, you know, gassy. I smell what you did. really smell what you did. Stop knocking me down. Oh, accidentally aggroed wildlife. That was an eventful group of enemies. Might hit a respec because I would really like the upgrade for this, but I could just wait one more character level, honestly. I need the upgrade for that more than I need the upgrade for that, but it is nice to have both, ultimately. Yeah, I'll be patient. Respecting to get one thing one level early is, like, silly.
Welcome again.
Or freezing enemies when barrier expires for Vivian. I do not.
I killed the wyvern up in the cave.
I'm working on getting clean burn for her, and then I'm going for that.
That I do. Here for your trouble.
Also, hi, Pollination.
I hope you can make good use of it. A fine day to you.
Okay, let's head over here.
Well met, your worship.
What's happened?
The villagers are glad to have us.
Okay, we're good there. Book.
Miller got caught in Valshavan. Miller got caught in Val...
No!
She fooled them into thinking she's from the...
It's our fault for sending her out without a partner.
Are you saying one of our spies is compromised?
Yes, Inquisitor. Miller was captured in Valshavan.
She was after valuable information. Perhaps arrangements could be made to bring her back.
This man just pacing. He's stressed. Honestly, mood. Can I just sneak out through there? I can. Beautiful. Come on. There we go. Just intended area traversal. Intended. Thanks, Walking Bomb. Very cool. Cleaning up 1 to 2 more things in this area. We'll be able to cleanly move on to a main side area, is I guess how you could put it. Western approach abbreviated to WAP. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna go get some WAP. Some Western approach. That's too good. I can't. No, that's too good. Did you come up with that pollination? Or have people just been calling that area WAP? And I missed it. 'Cause, quite frankly, it's everything to me. You did? Amazing. Oh, that's down below, isn't it?
Felling a dragon. That should impress the tongue waggers back in Galroyo.
Don't mind me and my sense of direction. We will get where I'm supposed to be
Assisting these
eventually.
people will improve the Inquisition's reputation, my dear. Just don't let them touch you with their grubby hands.
Vivian? Question mark? So on the southern approach to be more successful in that regard. You just gotta use your imagination. No, this doesn't quite line up. No, it's the walls over there. Make it a sap? Southern approach position? Yes, thank you for testing. Oh, I totally missed the mark there, but that parkour was fun. Anyway. That was not in the right place. Yeah, that appears to be more of an Eastern approach. You've got this. I believe in you. You can do the thing. Ignore me? No. I recognize you. I validate you. I acknowledge and appreciate you.
Not yet. It's not enough. Inquisitor, we have something for you. We've been saving and, well, this is yours.
It's payback for all you invested, plus extra. You know, investment and such.
We just wanted to say thanks. We never would have been anything without you.
Pay it forward, Sutherland. Find someone like you and give them a chance.
I will. I swear I will.
Don't cry again, fool. Inquisitor, you see us in the tavern? We're buying.
If that's your will, your worship.
I told him to keep it because it doesn't actually give you a reward. This is the Origins music again. Recognize the melody? It's just without the actual string instrument. That's so cool. I like that a lot.
Inquisitor, come have a drink. To killing a high dragon like warriors of legend. I know, right? Put some chest on your chest. That
Chest
little
on your
gurgle
chest.
right before it spat fire. And that roar. What I wouldn't give to roar like that. The way the ground shook when it landed. The smell of the fires burning. Tarsidathan Halsam. You know, Kunari hold dragons sacred. Well, as much as we hold anything sacred. Here, your turn.
Bull was Giga Chad, poor Giga Chad. So true. Um. Oh yeah, you missed 2 dragons, Pollination. We did Crestwood yesterday and uh, Storm Coast today.
That thing you just said, you shouted it during the fight, too. What does it mean?
Oh, Tarsadathan Harsam. Closest translation would be, I will bring myself sexual pleasure later, while thinking about this with great respect.
You shouted that while it was breathing fire at us.
I know, right?
Bull's the fucking best. Storm Coast isn't the one really high level. It was level 19. Zoned out. Did you catch what he said, or did you? Oh, what are they talking about? Talking about dragon fighting. Yes, Bull's reaction to being attacked by a dragon is, man, I'm gonna do the thing to this later. Respectfully, though.
Yes, the second cup's easier. Most of the nerves in your throat are dead after the first one. Atashi, the glorious ones. That's our word for them. Atashi.
Why do you think the Kunari think of dragons that way?
Well, you know how we have horns. We kind of look more dragony than most people. Maybe it's that. But a few of the Ben Hasrath have this crazy old theory. See, the Tamasrans control who we mate with. They breed us for jobs like you'd breed dogs or horses. What if they mixed in some dragon a long time ago? Maybe drinking the blood, maybe magic, I don't know. But something in that dragon we killed spoke to me.
It's a shame we had to kill the dragon.
Damn good fight. Dragons are the embodiment of raw power. But it's all uncontrolled. Savage. So, they need to be destroyed. Taming the wild. Order out of chaos. Have another drink.
So if you ever wonder how Bull operates as a Kunari, like, how is this guy Kunari? Like, not race. Kunari is a religion. They're very about order and all that. Bull's very chaotic, laid back. That right there, that line tells you so much about his character. Like, he loves dragons, how, as he said, they're the embodiment of raw power. But there's no order to it. There's no control. So he straight up says, oh yeah, they need to be destroyed because of that. Really interesting way to get such a lax character to fit more clearly into the most rigid ideological system we've seen in this fantasy world.
Nice. To dragons.
To building order out of chaos. Even if it means killing some dragons along the way.
Even if, especially if.
The homie. Fucking love Bull.
Thank you. It's just what I heard.
So, fun fact, if you hook up with neither Bull nor Dorian, they hook up with each other in the post-story DLC.
Lost 3 shipments. It's still rough out there.
So it's just like Giga Chad 1 and Giga Chad 2. Freddie Prinze Jr. makes such awesome video game characters. Yeah, he's Bull and Vega. He does a great job with these.
Not trying to step on your toes, you know.
Wait, Bow of Artifice? Hello? If I was a rogue... Man. Look at that. 42% crit chance. And on-hit chance elemental mine spawn on a target. That's, like, really good, by the way. But just the 42% crit chance alone... Tis a shame that I can't use that. Bull has 2 great swords. One of them's just in his pants.
You learned a hammer.
I'm 1 level off of being able to use Heart of Despair. Which... I'll be squishier once I start using it, because I lose the guard on hit from my current staff. Just means I'll have to depend a little more on Cassandra, I suppose.
You learned a hammer.
Nah. I'm hoping for
Step on your toes, you know.
Belts of the Inferno Pact be really nice from this. Power up my fire mines. It's Belts of the Storm Pact. At least the game reminded me that I am
You learned a hammer.
going for the correct thing.
You learned a hammer.
Where'd you learn to hammer? Bolt. It's bolt. Oh. Huh. Sure, that seems fun. I've never actually used that before. Give that to Cassandra when she levels into it.
Where's my hammer? Not that one. Or that.
So I've got some decent daggers here, but not using any dagger rogues in the party. Okay, need to go over to the garden, and then the war table. Then we do a little more main story stuff, I think.
Inquisitor?
Ever gotten the spoon weapon? Once. What are all the mats for? It's the splinters from all the fort doors. The cheese wheel. Is that it? No, the breeches, right? It's a bunch of silly things. I don't remember everything on the list. But there's a funny joke item with some very obscure materials to make in this game.
Serve the Lord who loaded his catapults with anvils. Point made.
I need Arbor Blessing now. Reward for doing the Inquisition NPC in Skyhold after then Charlottesburg. Okay, there's something else that, like, I might just be thinking of, is there a shield? There's like a cheese wheel shield. Man, it's been years. Hey, Glenny. Hey, Swin. How are you today? Okay, War Table next. Clodsire.
Any news on the House of Repose, Inquisitor?
What's the next?
We need a...
Oh, do raids later? Yeah, please. I know Urban Mech wanted some competent raiding partners. So, that makes 3. Not confident. You're what we got. What game? Pokemon. There is an event for a raid difficulty Charizard that's actually quite easy to farm with a good team, but extremely rewarding. So, like, grinding out that be wise. Like, there's some good stuff in here. I'm never really gonna have the focus to do this because of the trial I have on. Now, late, super late, I mean, like, in Trespasser late, this will pay off. But not until then. So I'm gonna take that very tiny XP bonus.
To work?
Store the port. Judge's favor. And Crystal Inventory Headquarters. Okay, we can now spy on Calpurnia.
Let's see what we have.
Cool, we extracted the spy. And we're all good. We're chilling. Can I talk to Josephine one more time? Hey, Dave, that Steely Spirit, Stylium shit, hit me.
Any news on the house?
Be
of
cooking in the
Repose,
lab.
visitor?
What's the next favor we need to get these deux paraquets a lordship?
We must persuade Minister Belize to.
I was thinking about,
She's in charge of these matters of
I need to breed a second Galarian Meowth because I want to try one for raids that's, a split attacker, so like special and physical. So you just Iron Head like usual. And then when they put up a physical wall, you just Steel Beam it. Because they won't expect it. You just boop. Join with a team of 6 speed drills. Another thing I was thinking about is the Steel Beam stuff could be good in raids with Shell Bell. Because Shell Bell is 1/8 of damage dealt. And the high star raids are like millions of HP, so you're doing thousands of damage. Or more. Like, you would actually be able to keep spamming Steel Beam there. Okay, so another war table thing here, and talk to Liliana. Give me damage numbers.
If you require any help finding this woman who leads the Venatori, I do keep contacts in Tevinter.
Thank you, but I must involve as few people as possible. Calpurnia has a gift for ferreting out spies close to her door.
Okay, and investigate the western approach, fine. I think. If it will let me? It is not letting me. Monka. Bug-free game. None at all. Come on. Come on. There we go. Now to a main area. Bring Dory in for a little bit. Morning again. Hey, soccer chick.
Visitor, welcome to the Western Approach. We've sighted Warden activity to the southwest, but no one's been close enough to figure out what they're doing. Between the sandstorms and the vicious wildlife, we haven't made it far out here. One of my men got too close to a poison hot spring and gave me a slightly delirious report of a high dragon.
Bloody, thanks for giving us
overhead.
something, Nightbot.
In short, this might just be the worst place in the entire world. Be careful out there.
Well, it's good to know what I'm in
Imagine
for.
Leonard knees.
Sorry I don't have more for you. We intercepted a Venatori messenger and, persuaded him to give up the orders he was carrying. We have them here. This entire place. It just feels like something's not right. Be careful.
Alright, let's see what's going on here in the WAP. Pollination has decided that the Western approach should be abbreviated to the WAP. And I see no problems with this whatsoever. The WAP? Yes, the WAP. Hey, Pathy! Good to see you. Thank you so much for the 2 gifted.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
It's been a little while. Hope you're good. I took a little bit of damage there, but it's okay. You use specs. Wait, never mind. Metal coat. Metal coat makes more sense because then you keep fake out access, right? Fake out protects. C2, how you keeping? Not too bad. Can't complain too much. Can't complain too much. I'd use the crow tier or the electric bird. Actually, the big flame. I like the big flame. I like that. That's based.
Bandits? But they would have taken the carts. I don't like this.
This is one of those areas where archers can do really funny stuff because you've got enemies spawning in
Someone will answer for all these.
at the end of some pretty lengthy sightlines. So you can just kind of snipe enemies from so far outside their aggro range that they just do Skyrim AI and don't really acknowledge that you exist.
Well, here are the missing owners of those cards.
That plant being called Ghoul's Beard reminds me of the weird thing that apparently cotton candy is called in French. Shed tail into Berserker. Makes sense. I really do think that having grassy terrain up means a lot as well, because that's passive healing, it's no threat from Stomping Tantrum and Earthquake, or significantly diminished threat from Stomping Tantrum and Earthquake. Daddy's Beard, yeah. Yeah, why is it called Daddy's Beard? Some concerns. Sweetbeard would be a better name? Yes. Because sweet is in there. Wouldn't that be for like a salty snack? If we're really going there?
This was an atrocity. We will put an end to those responsible.
Come on, Inquisitor, just jump like tiny bit higher. There you go. already almost at the point where I need to do inventory management again. And I've barely gotten anywhere in this area. I need to stop just taking up every piece of loot. Actually discerning a little would solve this problem. Hello.
Stolen supply. Who in the world would send anything out here?
What happened here?
Nobody should be out here but Grey Wardens. Something's very wrong.
The chantry symbol out here? Odd.
Does upgrading the tower do anything? Was that just one of the cosmetic ones? I got the utility upgrade for the garden. I can't remember if any of the other upgrades actually do anything of value. That's a dragon.
A high dragon?
Nothing useful. Okay. Out of range. Need to kill several more of those. There's a ton of side stuff in this area. No shot we full clear that today. I don't move fast enough for that. Sorry, gummy bears. Always such a good decision. I don't have an answer to that. I can only agree. Can I get you a ladder to get off my back? Real ones get the reference. That's what the thing said. For anyone who's not a real one, it was memed, but in the first Dragon Age game, one of the player voice sets, so you know, do voice lines whenever you do things. When you would give commands, the sassy one would say in a very annoyed tone, "Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?" And with the way the lines triggered, that one would just happen very frequently. So, it's just this game roasting one of its predecessors, as this one often does. I'm a fan of. Well, how about a giant sign that just says don't, you could hit people. No. No, no, no. No, stop it. No. No. Desist. No shot I get the revive here. No chance. Oh, Pog. Western die to erase more life. Listen. Things can get pretty messy here in the WAP. A lot of sand in this WAP. True. It's okay, my wife's doctor and she said all WAP should do this dry. Trust me now, how hard I try, you cannot make a WAP not dry. The thing is that has kind of the same, like, ring to it, Jaybrid. Yeah, you messing with some dry and messy. You know, you could just slot in those lyrics and it works. This is amusing. They keep running into me, but then the fire makes them afraid, so then they run away. unfortunate. Where's my body? Oh, I'm invisible. It's so hard to see. More research.
The approach seems to be recovering from the old blight.
It is recovering, but that doesn't make it any less dangerous.
That's where we go for the main story thingy. I want that camp. I zoned out. Are these raiders named White Claw, like the alcohol? Racking my brain trying to remember what class I did with the Inquisition Abandoned playthrough. I think it was a dwarf. I think I was trying 200 warrior Templar spec. Templar dwarf seemed like a fun contradiction. Yeah, Templar dwarf doesn't really make a lot of sense because they explicitly say that Templars get their powers from lyrium. But they also say that dwarves are mostly immune to the effects of lyrium. Not completely, but mostly. It's like, how does that work?
Visitors, thank the Maker. It's been so long since I've spoken. You will help me reclaim. I have most of what I need. I would be most...
So this guy, he researches dragons.
Of course, Duran's theory of high dragon behavior is absurd, but I have also seen Grey Wardens before the... But my hope...
Anybody else think it's weird that the bandits are leaving Frederick alone?
Now that you mention it, Varric? Yes.
The trail leads on.
IV drip. We're about to eject this. Some Magitech stuff. An exoskeleton delivering lyrium injections. Sounds just silly enough to work. Ugh, I'm tired. We might hit this last story bit, main story bit, and round it off at a 6-hour stream. Maybe. I know that's short for Dragon Age. But I am going to be doing some hanging out and
something here.
Pokemon stuff with the homies. So I'll need to be awake-ish for
These
that.
should certainly get a dragon's attention.
What are you guys fighting? Oh, I didn't even see it. Just calling those time war tables changing or something. So, different war table missions can have different outcomes depending on who you send to do them. It generally has something to do with like what each of those advisors is good at. And hi, how you doing? Like Leliana is good at spy shit. So spy shit generally she's better to send when available. Cullen's better with military stuff. Josephine is better with things involving money or negotiations. So for the most part, they'll be better at that, but there's exceptions to that. Different war table missions can have different outcomes and give you different rewards based on who you send.
Glad you could make it. We've seen lights coming from the tower.
It has to be blood magic. I hope we can stop them before more people get hurt. You take point. I'll guard your backs.
Or if you choose them more, the ending says Inquisition so strong as him. Rumor, I guess. I don't recall if that's the thing or not, but plausible. Santa Hawk. Yeah. I ate the food. There's no more.
Wait! No.
Warden Commander Clarel's orders were clear.
This is wrong!
Remember your oath. In war, victory. In peace, vigilance. In death,
I'm sorry.
sacrifice. Good. Now bind it just as I showed you. Inquisitor, what an unexpected pleasure. Lord Livius Erimond of Virantium, at your service.
I'm guessing you're not a warden?
But you are. The one Clarel let slip. And you found the Inquisitor and came to stop me. Shall we see how that goes?
It looks like you've already done some of my work for me.
What, him? We simply needed his blood. Oh, were you hoping to garner sympathy? Maybe make the Wardens feel a bit of remorse? Wardens, hands up! Hands down.
Corypheus has enslaved them.
They did this to themselves. You see, the calling had the Wardens terrified. They looked everywhere for help.
Including Tevinter.
Yes, and since it was my master who put the calling into their little heads, we in the Venatori were prepared. I went to Clarel full of sympathy, and together we came up with a plan. Raise a demon army, march into the deep roads, and kill the old gods before they wake.
Corypheus marching across Orlais with an army of demons. I was shown that back at the Seeker Fortress.
And now you know how it begins. Sadly for the Wardens, the binding ritual I taught their mages has a side effect. They are now my master's slaves. This was a test. Once the rest of the Wardens complete the ritual, the
New monitor.
army will conquer Thedas.
One of my monitors is new. It's about a year old. The other one is much older. But Like the left one, the one I actually have the game running on, is the new one. I just use the older one for OBS and that kind of stuff.
Why would the Wardens try to kill the old
14
gods?
years. I think mine is like 12. Yeah.
Find an old god and corrupt it into an archdemon. If someone fought through the deep roads and killed the old gods before they could be corrupted, woof, no more blights, ever. The Wardens sacrificed their lives and saved the world. Although I fear history will remember them a little differently now.
So, like, honestly, that's not a terrible plan. I mean, the demon part is a terrible idea, but the whole kill the old gods before they become corrupted, no more blights. And this is kind of connected to what the Architect back in Dragon Age Origins Awakening expansion was doing. His whole plan was to awaken as many Darkspawn as possible, hence the name, so that they wouldn't mindlessly be called by the old gods, so that they could stop blights from happening. Because every time a blight happened, Grey Wardens would kill a ton of Darkspawn, so it wasn't good for them either. But the thing is, the Architect is the one who caused the 5th blight, the one we go through in the first Dragon Age game. Well, at least it's heavily implied that he's the one who started that one, accidentally. So, all of these good intentions, they don't lead anywhere good.
You think you can stand against me with just demons and a Fade Rift? Did Corypheus not mention what I did to the Breach?
He did. He also noted what he did to you at Haven. The Elder One showed me how to deal with you in the event you were foolish enough to interfere again. That mark you bear, the anchor that lets you pass safely through the veil.
We should all kill the Diviter Mage, just rubbing it on hand too, right?
He's been forced to seek other ways to access the Fade. When I bring him your head, his gratitude will be... Ah! Kill them!
Bye. Hawk is down over here too. We're gonna play Nightmare. How do you do it? A lot of matching up against like Rage Demons, for example. The fire ones, they're weak to cold damage. They die a lot faster if you do that. Knowing elemental matchups like that does a lot. Probably the single biggest tip I could give. Alistair, Hawk, and the Inquisitor all went down. Wait, how am I down again? Hello? I just got up. No. I know it did that damage to me. I know what it was. It's my fire mines, or Dorian's fire mines, rather, being dispelled. This guy's no joke. Okay. Take a second to revive some people. Oh, that didn't work out great. Oh, why here? Why here? Come on. Don't do that shit. I've changed time and just on complete war table instantly. I did know that. So then Elf Soul of the world must be in the wrong place. This guy is, what resist do you have? They're making this wrong. So, Barrier Breaker, immune to Frozen, cold resist, and he's got an elite barrier. Okay, yeah. This guy is a problem. If I can keep him on the ground with Walking Bomb, then I'll be okay. Cassandra, where did you go now? Where even are you? Alistair and Hawk are over there. Please don't be in the mines anywhere. Oh no, you're just right here. Okay. Ugh. This is very awkward. There we go.
They
Oof.
refused to listen to reason.
Did you get Kevin
You
and
were
Jake for
right.
Christmas? Some
Thanks
treats?
for the ritual, the Warden mages are enslaved to Corinthians.
And the Warden warriors? Of course. Sacrificed in the ritual. What a waste.
The mages killed their fellow wardens. Nothing can justify that.
I don't care about justification. It's past time to take arms against the Wardens and stop this madness.
Hawk, they made a mistake, but they thought it was necessary.
All blood mages do. Everyone has a story they tell themselves to justify bad decisions. And it never matters. In the end, you are always alone with your actions.
I mean, Hawk's spinning some facts, but coming out of that face, it's like,
Aramon fled that way.
That's Hawk? Mm-hmm.
There's an abandoned Warden fortress in that direction. Adamant.
I guess they didn't want to summon a demon army out in public.
The Warden and I will scout out Adamant and confirm that the other Wardens are there. We'll meet you back at Skyhold.
Yes, Hawk looks interesting. I just wanted him to look unique. Got some city miles on him. He's been through a lot. If you lived his life, you probably look like you've been through some stuff too. His own mother hate him? Yeah, about that. About that. So, for Here Lies the Abyss, we come into conflict with the Wardens, whereas the other main story questline available right now is to continue to attempt to thwart the assassination of Empress Celine of Orlais. So two very major things going on. Now, despite us being at a rather pivotal point in the former storyline, when we continue main story stuff, we're going to be doing the other one. Reason for that being, I want two certain characters in a room together. And to achieve that, I need to do things in a different order. Assassin. Oh no, I didn't need more enemies aggroed. Thank you, Firemon. Get back here. Or don't, I guess. Cool. Well, that resolves that. Mono 4K? No. No. Dirty, but we did it. Let's go get that camp. Please don't aggro. Same goes for you. It'd be really nice if you just didn't aggro. Take the keep here too? I could. I'm gonna save that for next time, I think.
So if you have a moment.
No, I don't have a moment.
I don't have time.
Yes, sir.
Mandatory just walking into the camp, huh? Anyway, saved. That's a good place to end. I know, short for a Dragon Age stream. Only 6 hours, but we got a good amount done. I'm feeling especially tired, and I've got other stuff that I want to do tonight. So I'm preserving some of my energy. Now, let me find somewhere for us to go, but I just want to thank everyone for the raids, all the love and support. Hazmat Man K6 for the raids. Huge thank you so much. Anyone who hung out from those raids or from anywhere else, I appreciate you. Tomorrow, Saturday, is when I'm not doing a long playthrough like this. Saturday is normally my variety day. So there's a chance that tomorrow I do Wonderlands for stream, maybe? Because I like how this week's featured looks in terms of the rooms and the rewards and stuff. So maybe we do a little bit of that. But it really depends on how I'm feeling. Like 20 minutes before stream, it's entirely likely that we end up just doing more Dragon Age or something. We'll see. Let's see who's doing the thing. The Septics is doing One Life Axton. Pilot's playing some Valheim. Sabi's doing Midnight Suns. Let's go to Pilot. Join the raid. We're gonna say hi to our friend Pilot, who, if you do not know him, just wonderful, lovely individual, very talented artist, and he plays lots of different games. And it's just it's genuinely a pleasure to hang out with. So give lots of love. If you can, drop a follow on it, please, and maybe hang out, lurk, see if you like the content. If not, you lost nothing, but I would really appreciate it. I do my best to support friends in any way that I can, and pay it forward, all the raids and whatnot. Anyway, I'll stop rambling. This will be the raid message. Go ahead and copy that, and I will see you in there. Thank you again so much. I know the Dragon Age streams are somewhat less interactive than my typical content, but I enjoy them. I hope you do as well. And I like hanging out. I like doing what I do, and you guys make it surprisingly enjoyable at times. And I thank you for that. Anyway, enough mush. Fuck you, Pris. Bye.